Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
I don't know if that is. That's
probably one of the best views you're going to get.
No, what I'm saying is is that his real view or is it zoomed? Because it doesn't look. It looks like it's a little bit further in this picture.
It depends on angles and stuff like that. Maybe it's just a little Photoshop and that was really taken in the sauna. I don't know. It looks like good seats.
Hold on.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Seth and I were talking before the show, and Seth, in like his Johnny Rah little bitch lib way, in this little smart ass little way, goes, some of the things that come out of his hole is amazing. He's like, what can we do to make today the greatest day of our lives? I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about?
You said have a really good show, and I said there's got to be more.
That's what I said. That would put me in a really, really good mood today if I could pull a good show out of my ass. I got a good feeling about it. I had a good feeling about it. All the prep, and I have all the prep ready to go. I got some various things written down that I want to talk about. Lummy, I think I got some good things on the Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I'm very active on the Bubba Army Twitter. So I feel really good about today's show. I do have a cancellation. The Jordana, what's her last name?
Elisa Jordana?
Yeah, Elisa Jordana.
Or Elisa.
Whatever the hell her name is.
Right.
She was scheduled to be on the show. I actually had a text exchange with her, and she was all gung-ho. She was like, yeah, us having, stern connections would be great. I just had her, and then I didn't. I woke up late last night before I went to bed.
It was like 4 p.m.
Whatever.
That's late.
For him, it is.
No, it was 4 p.m.
I was on a bike ride, so
I
that was
announced
funny.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I went to bed about 7, and she had already canceled.
Oh, shame.
So I guess she said too much on TMZ and one other podcast, and her lawyers now are feeling as if she needs to lock it down.
Oh, no.
She saw her tweet and canceled.
Yeah. No. She didn't.
Her lawyer.
I
We
think-
sent that tweet out yesterday at like 5 o'clock?
Yeah, but I don't think it was a bad tweet at all. Like,
No, it wasn't. But she canceled by 7.
I know, but I'm saying her lawyers probably
Saw the tweet.
Yeah, but it wasn't. She didn't cancel us because we did anything wrong or were rude or misrepresented her or in promoting her, saying watch this gold digging bitch make an ass out of herself. No, we were very and I was gonna be and when I finally do interview her, I'm not gonna be overly gotcha. She's already living in her car. Like, she's not doing too good. So I'm going to try to be a little sympathetic and try to get some really good information. I did. Seth, I think, might have been amazed by – I did a lot of research on her last night, including this first little band that in 2005 to 2007, she was in was Cobra Starship, which is like this pop punk kind of alt band.
We got any video of that?
Actually, well, no. I mean, yeah, I think we do. I think the only
Were they the ones that did Snake on a Plane?
Yes, and that's the only video.
And Good Girls Go Bad?
Yes. But I don't think she wasn't on the Good Girls. She left in 2007. She was with it when it started. Cobra Starship started in 2005, and she was out by 2007. And Snakes on the Plane would have been the only video she would have been on because that was in 2006. See, I actually did some.
You sure did. Deep dive.
Yeah, I was right. I was ready to hit her with all the good
my
stuff.
God. What instrument did she play?
Hold on. She played the keyboard, and when she worked for Howard, they always ribbed her. They said it wasn't plugged in, and then listen, Howard was really mean. Like, Howard was ruthless back then. This is when she was dating Benji, right? And so, Benji was like, well, she was on Cobra Starship and, yada, yada, yada. And so Howard goes, well, let's hear how good of a kid. Let's really see how talented she truly is. I can bring in a Billy Joel or an Elton John who plays the keyboards, and they'll be able to sing, and you'd instantaneously know that person's talented, right?
Right.
Like,
It'd
oh my
be
God.
instantaneous. It would be the 3 notes.
Right. By the time Billy Joel gets in, sing me a song, Mr. Piano Man, you know whether, or first, whether somebody can sing. Well, I guess they got Tommy Mottola, which, if you know anything about music, Tommy Mottola is recognized as one of the best ears or eyes or, like, for talent. I think he discovered Mariah Carey. He's like, Tommy Mottola is one of the biggest record executives, I think, Seth, maybe ever. One of them, him and Quincy Jones, maybe.
What about Geffen? Was he David Geffen?
David Geffen was in there, yeah. Johnny Mutt Lang. So there's been, a handful. Tommy Mottola is certainly in that conversation. So they bring in Alyssa Jordana with a keyboard, and she was always just backing vocals, and then for her to do some backing vocals, I guess Tommy Mottola said it's the worst he ever heard in his life. and she stormed out of there, and Benji got mad because it was when her and Benji were dating. It was funny.
No disrespect, Bubba, but how did we get turned down by a lady who lives in her car?
Well, I think the lady who lives in her car just freshly got out of jail. And the lady who lives in her car has not probably had her first court appearance yet. And she's doing all this media. And the guy.
He's not supposed to do that if you're under, investigation,
Right.
indictment, charges pressed.
She's got to pay for all this, though.
The old Norm Canella,
Well,
if you don't talk, you walk.
Right.
And if you talk too much, ask Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever his name.
Yeah. So anyway, now I've done some deep diving research on that scumbag dude. That I don't know if he's Iranian. I don't know if I don't know what his nationality is, but I think I know he's Middle Eastern. And he started out by like sending her $25, and by the end of it, he was over $1 million.
Wow.
And they met in LA for the first time, and there's just one dude who did a really, really good timeline video on it, so I'm not going to have her on today, but before I have her on, I'll play. And it's, oh my God, it shows kind of the relationship as to how when her and him first met.
Do you have to kind of start like being a dude's girlfriend if he pays you $1 million?
I mean,
I think at that point, yes.
It's kind of smart.
She says they haven't slept together.
Oh, please.
And he's like what they call a pay pig.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
There's these guys that are called pay pigs, and they just pay chicks to be their friends and for those girls kind of to make fun of them, and they just pay them, and there's no contact or sex. Or damn, look at the Tampa General Hospital. Oh, you missed it. The renderings. God, it was beautiful.
Yeah, hospitals and colleges are like things expanding these days.
There's only things that are making money.
They make
right?
all kinds of money. Yeah.
And so
And
anyway,
on the sweat of our backs.
So anyway, supposedly there's this. His dad's a big time oil guy. Maybe he's Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but he can just give as much money as he wants. And like, if I'm given $1 million. First of all, I can't. I could never.
But these hoes are lying.
I couldn't give a girl money for sex to begin with.
Well, I believe she's come out and said, and I think she's up front with. She was up front with this guy and says she's not sexual at all.
No, she's not sexual.
Yeah.
What a useless woman.
Dan, maybe when we have her on, maybe you won't participate.
No, I'm saying he gives her $1 million and she just completely blows him off.
I
mean,
think
that's
I sent you
horrible.
a video about pay pigs. If you're
I think
interested.
grifter is the preferred term, Dan.
What grifter with regards to her?
Yeah, I mean not necessarily useless, but grifter is the word for that.
I think they're lying. I think they want you to think that guys are paying them all this money and they don't have to do anything, but they're letting these dudes hit it, or at least try.
Touch it, play with it a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe smell it.
Yeah.
Pictures on the phone.
Something like that. Maybe
Smell it. Ew.
send them a little video of you like dildoing yourself or something.
Yeah, you're not doing all that.
There's some videos involved. I'm sure there's something involved.
Here we go. This guy breaks down pay pigs.
Is that Kurt Warner?
No, it's Adam from Valuetainment.
Kurt Warner? The greatest show on turf. Remember?
Yeah, where's Isaac Bruce?
Man, let's hold on. If you're a Bucks fan, that really gets in your craw, because for that NFC Championship game when the Bucks traveled to St. Louis, and was it Bert Emanuel? I don't know who it was.
It was Bert Emanuel.
God, tell me how, Rhett, you got to be impressed with that knowledge, that Buccaneer knowledge.
Be impressed
right
by me.
Be impressed by me, Rhett. I'm pulling out some Buccaneer knowledge, bitch.
You impress me every day.
It was the lowest points scored by the St. Louis team the whole year.
And our guy caught the ball. I swear to God, he caught the ball.
Bert Emanuel.
Bert Emanuel, it would have won the game.
Sean King threw it, right?
Sean King threw it. Bert Emanuel caught it. I mean, that's a rarity in itself. And they were Sean King took the Buccaneers cleared into the NFC Championship game.
I love that kid. He was such a nice guy, and it's a shame because had that ball been caught, he'd have gone to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was our co-host on the podcast for a year. He's a cool
Really?
guy.
He's a great guy.
Great guy.
guy.
And didn't he grow up in St. Pete?
Yeah, Gibbs High
He's a
School.
Florida guy.
Went to Tulane.
Yep.
Man.
Trent Dilfer got hurt that year, then Sean King stepped in and let him
And did
do
real
great.
good.
Yeah.
The
He was
pride of Tulane.
kind of Michael Vickish before Michael Vickish was Michael Vickish. wasn't
Except
he?
for he was 4 inches shorter.
And
Yeah, he
and
wasn't
slower.
he wasn't the athlete that Mike Vick was. He didn't quite have the arm that Mike Vick did. And that's the thing too, is that he played really well for the Bucks here every now and again. But that NFC Championship game in particular, Lummy, you know more than anybody. The offense, even if Bert Emanuel had caught that ball, there's no guarantee the offense was going to win that game.
Yeah, well, they did change the rule. Luckily, the NFL changed the rule because the ground caused the fumble. But 11-6 was that right there. That got Tony Dungy fired pretty much.
Yeah, but-
that was
but,
the end of that era.
But hold on. Think about this. You get fired because you lost in the NFC Championship game?
Well, I mean, it wasn't after that season.
Yeah,
they
it was
fired
it
him.
was the
a couple
next year.
years.
But
Okay, I was
it
gonna say.
was they didn't do anything to fix the
Right,
offense the next year.
That was,
Yeah, but
honestly, that was the Bucks team that could have and probably should have won their first Super Bowl. A lot
Right.
of people argue that 99 defense with Warren Sapp, Defensive Player of the Year, that was better than the 02 defense.
Oh, I think so. Did you see who Warren's working for now?
Yeah.
Warren's working for Dion. Warren's working for Dion as a graduate assistant. He's the highest paid graduate assistant in America.
Graduate assistant.
Yeah, because you couldn't get him in
As a coach. Yeah.
So Warren is taking graduate courses and and Dion's like finding $150,000 a year to pay him.
You think he's living in a house or like a
No,
condo?
Dion wouldn't. I don't think Dion
Would job anybody out.
would let anybody live at his house. Maybe for a few weeks, but Dion would be eventually. Dion's old school. He'd be like, man, Warren, you need to find an apartment.
I would imagine they have hotels or a set of Airbnbs that they use for
maybe
whomever.
campus housing.
Yeah.
No, let's not get Warren near campus housing.
What if Dion could turn?
Listen, there was probably only Dion was is with regards to Sapp and the rap. And he's much like the rap that I have in Tampa as to why I may never come back in Tampa radio. Sapp was never going to be. I mean, Sapp got kind of blackballed for that hooker deal.
He had a couple things going, but I tell you what though,
the hooker deal really, he was working for the NFL Network at that time. He was well on his way to probably being a network guy.
He was covering a Super Bowl.
I know he was going to probably be a network guy, and we know what those are $4 or $5 million jobs.
Like a Booker McFarland kind of guy.
Right, but he's far more animated and better.
Well, he's one of the smartest football minds alive right now. He is absolutely football brilliant. And I've heard a lot of people say that, from Coach Gruden to my dad, both of whom have spent tons of time with him. And if you talk to him, he really truly understands the game. He's just difficult to deal with sometimes.
It's I don't know if anybody besides Dan, me, and obviously his family and his dad have ever really sat down and talked football with Warren. But Warren has come to the box a whole bunch of times, and the few times that he didn't get kicked out, but he actually stayed, and he was sober, and he was cool, which you could now listen. Every once in a while, you get that sap. Now,
he's charming.
He would be so nice, just so nice.
Charming.
But then the other times, he's just a complete dick, and he would actually get thrown out of the box, like by Rob Elder. Rob Elder would be like, "Get the hell out of the box." So one time, I'm sitting with him, and it was the Packers and the Bucks, and I'm sitting right beside him. And he's going, now let me tell you something. And so here's Rodgers going up to the ball and starting to do his pre-checks. And Sapp's calling it. Okay, he's pre-checking to the right guard right now. And then the guy's going to go on motion. Now watch the defense slide one to the left. Watch your DE go from a down position up to an up. And then watch your corner suck in. And you would be like, hold on, man. I thought you were a defensive lineman, and the only thing that you knew about was a couple different techniques on the swim technique, the bull rush technique, maybe how to play if you're getting picked or you're getting, just defense. Like, I was a defensive lineman. I only knew about defensive lineman stuff.
Right.
I didn't know about, and so the next play would come up and the Bucks would be on D, and he goes, okay, now watch this corner over here. He's going to start cheating to the right. Now the linebacker is going to switch, and then the left, right, the defensive tackle and the end are going to do crisscross. Boom.
Exactly.
And I'll be like,
it's amazing.
Oh my God. And he goes, now what the Packers should have did is they should have slid the one guy down, sucked in the tight end, put the slot in motion to chip the inside linebacker. I was like, this is the most smartest man I've ever spoke to about football, and all I thought he was a
big mean dumb defensive nose tackle.
Just
but
like
he's not.
Dion. Listen, Dion says my defensive linemen have to be thugs.
Yeah.
That's what Dion says. Dion got in trouble by saying, I want my quarterbacks to be very, very smart, and I want them to come from a solid family where there's a mom and dad present. Preferably his dad's successful and his dad's been a good leader. I want my defensive linemen to come from a broken home where they don't know their daddy and their mom is their complete world, and they will fight at a drop of a dime. Those are my D linemen.
And Sapp is on that same philosophy, because he said, who was that guy that had the glasses that played nose tackle for us for like 6 years?
The glasses?
He wore glasses off the field. He played nose tackle. McCoy. He said the reason McCoy will never be great was he wasn't mean enough.
He was soft.
He would help other players up. He goes, you never do that.
Yeah.
You have to be a complete dick on the field to be a great nose tackle.
Yeah, like Sapp. Remember when he took out the tackle for the Packers on a interception? Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, he got heat, and then Mike Sherman, the head coach for the Packers, got up into the Sapp's face and said that was chicken shiz.
Put a jersey on. Get out here, put a jersey on, Mike. I want to see you. Put a jersey on.
Sapp tells him, put on a jersey, bitch, so I can wipe your ass with me. He got a lot of heat over that.
He sure did. Well, Jack Clifton was out for the rest of the year, I think.
I know. It was a big all-pro tackle.
That was Brett Favre's good friend, lineman.
I got to go into words because I'm trying to do these early breaks when I got gas especially. Joe Exotica from Joe Tiger, Tiger King.
Yeah.
Exotica?
Sounds like a male stripper when you call him Joe Exotica.
What is his
Joe
name?
Exotic.
Just exotic.
But I didn't put that. Maybe you should put an A on there,
It's
right?
exotic enough.
Joe Exotica.
This is great. Yeah, it's an upgrade.
I'm going to tell Joe,
that
hey,
was
Joe, we
funny.
were playing around with your brand, and I know you're Joe Exotic, but if you just put an A on there, you might be able to maybe
So much hotter.
refine your legacy a little bit.
I don't want to knock down this wall, Bubba, but is it okay to say that we're paying for the interview and that Exotica does go along the lines of having to pay with talking to somebody?
Yeah, listen to this. He's in prison, and he's got this scam where. But listen, I don't want to let all radio stations to be able to know what we know, but he's got this scam where you send one of his friends a Venmo account amount, and then they get you a
number, right?
It's a shakedown, and you get 15 solid minutes with him.
Well, give us credit.
You know what, Seth? He might be giving a kickback to the warden to be even able to do it. So it might be like 3 kickbacks. You know what I'm saying? That 25 might get whittled down to like 6 by the time Joe gets his cut. You know what I'm saying?
Were you trying to clear Joe
I was just
Exotica's
saying,
name?
yeah, just to give us some credit and him too. I mean, we're paying for him to have access to the internet.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's how it's framed. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how we're framing
Okay.
it. We're
That's how
paying
they
him to
frame it.
allow to use the internet.
That's how they frame it. So, for legal
Right, the
purposes,
workaround.
Right. It's like, listen, we got bandwidth we got to pay for here, right?
I get it, man.
Cost some pennies on the dollar. They charges 15. Joe gets 6 of it.
Yeah, he's up in Pensacola's prison. He got moved there.
Did he just get moved there, or is he there and is supposed to move?
He's there and he's supposed to move.
Well, that'll be something that we'll ask him today at 9:15.
He's trying not to move.
Joe Exotic from Tiger King, Zoom. We'll get to see him.
No.
At 9:15, and then about 10:15, Seth and I will be doing a Clem Kush, but it won't be a podcast only. It'll be a visual Willie where it's seen, everywhere you're seeing things now. Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, and we have, which I think she's considered like the milfiest of the milfs, is she not?
I mean, to me, yeah. I mean, she, right up there with Lisa Ann. I can't think of it, any other ones.
But I actually think that she's been awarded like Milfie of MILFs. I think she's got some kind of hardware or like award that she's the milfiest MILF. I really do. Her name's Brandy Love, and we'll have her in studio. Now, it was going to be the debut of our podcasting little world, but we're going to regulate that to true podcasting, and this is going to be more of a visual deal where we may have to pull up videos and things. So it's going to make more sense for us to do it from our standard broadcasting positions, and we'll wait for we still got some tweaking to do.
Are you going to have like a little control unit up there so you can start doing things like that?
I don't
or
know.
A computer or something?
Eventually down the line. But
I'm nervous about the task you've given me today, Bubba.
Yesterday, when we started to try out the new podcasting world, we realized that the seats that I got from my sister's dining room that were supposed to be absolutely beautiful are not they're not podcast friendly, meaning like
They're just too
don't
low.
they don't put they're too low, and they don't put you in a position to be able to
Have good posture.
right. We're going to use wooden stools until I figure out a chair that's as tall as that, or maybe we just stick with the wooden stools. I don't know. Mm-hmm. We'll figure it out. But we've postponed that. Man, we're just a bunch of postponers. We postponed the rolling out of the podcasting table because we have chair issues and playback issues. And Macho Man, wasn't there some kind of hum that was absolutely driving you crazy? You were almost ready to rip the walls out yesterday?
Yeah, we had to bring up the mics to line level at the desk, and then Amazon was supposed to have connectors for me yesterday by 5 o'clock, and of course that didn't happen.
I think did engineering get any packages? Did you check the front?
This came to my house.
Oh,
when I
okay.
ordered it.
There you go. All right, so
I paid extra too, by the way, Amazon.
We're postponing the Elisa Jordanian interview. We're postponing the debut of our podcasting set. And we're also postponing our Cash Cube for the Saturday at the Kenny Chesney concert. Which, oh my God, I wish we. But I'm just not gonna. I don't want to go out there half-ass.
I understand.
Yeah.
I don't want to go out
be
there.
prepared.
But you know what? We do have a parking pass just in case.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com and sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
And that'll probably go further with us down the road when we do need one from her if we canceled the one that we didn't need.
She was Dad's contact. She will do anything for our family.
Okay,
She and Dad were really good friends.
She's Daddy's Joe hookup.
Yeah, she's the Daddy Joe hookup.
Good.
She's known us forever.
So that means, man, you guys.
She's been with the Bucks for over 10 years, 15 years.
Right. Lummy, I might try to get a better help out of the way.
Lummy's out of the.
I'm here.
Oh.
Dan, have you started watching Suits yet?
No, Jay was going to watch it last night.
Man, you're gonna love it.
I'm curious to see what Jay says about it. Just like, I mean, Bubba, the only problem is like, you know, when you watch movies or TV shows that have anything to do with anything radio, it annoys you.
Yeah, but I think this was really honest to God. I think this was pretty researched. That I think that the legal
It's pretty close.
stuff that they do is probably all in bounds. Like it does really happen that way.
I hope they have good consultants. I hope it's accurate enough not to be annoying.
You know, I mean, God, it was on. I think it was on 9 seasons. So that's
unbelievable. What a franchise.
I mean, that's saying something.
Yeah, of course.
How many seasons was Friends on?
10, right?
10-ish. 10 to 11. 9 to 11.
Something like that.
Seinfeld, 9 to 11. MASH was like 9 or 10.
So if you
MASH lasted longer than the war lasted.
I think
10
the thing is, I think 10 is kind of the magic number. I think the thing is, I think 10 is kind of the magic number. I think the thing is,
I log into that site
Yeah.
for the video call later.
What site?
Yeah, no,
For Joe
obviously
Exotic.
during the show.
It's not Zoom.
My
it's
favorite
like
was Ross.
Oh, you want to do this over here like this?
Yeah.
What you're saying is you need my computer.
Yes, I do need a computer.
There you go. Thank you. No problem.
Love that show. The character development was fucking great. Same as Seinfeld.
No. Hill Street Blues. Iggy, that's funny.
What's up, Yinzer?
Baby reindeer. Hey, Cece. Good morning. Good morning, Spencer. Iggy, Kenny Powers. Trick Knee.
We got plenty of time.
Just wanted to get this early. That way.
Garth, Minnie's Mark.
That isn't
Hours.
playing stories or anything, does it?
No, you'll just have to leave this tab open.
Okay, I just leave it open.
Yo, flip flop. I like that name. Big more lens. I agree.
Do people tailgate at concerts they don't go to?
Sometimes.
That's sad.
Yeah.
What's up, fan in Orlando?
I don't think I've ever done that.
He does Snizzy Slayer. I kind of saw him on Valuetainment for a second, and I did think it was David Schwimmer.
Measure the
Philly.
top of those stools. Just tell me how high they are.
Yeah.
Because
Do you have a tape measure up here?
Apparently,
I can do
David
it.
Schwimmer played
I'll find
Kardashian.
one.
But and just text it to me, whether it's you or him.
Okay.
Just in inches. That way I know that the chairs that I buy, they have to be at least that high off the ground. Thank you, buddy.
I like it.
Oh, hey, can I get rid of? Oh no, that's him. Never mind.
Yep. All right.
Rudy from Florida, what's up? CC Hall, glad you're thinner. And I don't know who, but better than yesterday is probably better than heavier.
Plus, Dan, you're gonna fucking think that Meghan Markle's just all the chicks are hot as fuck. You're gonna like this chick named Sammy. No, I'm sorry, Scotty.
A girl named Scott?
Yeah, they call her name's Scotty, and she's the main character's kind of on again, off again. They went to Harvard Law School together,
Her name
and she
Dana Scott.
and she actually practiced for another big firm and had beaten him a couple times. No, I'm sorry. She always gets beat by him.
Yeah, I like her. Abigail Spencer?
Yeah.
She's pretty. She's really pretty.
I have a good friend. Good friend.
Abigail's a pretty white name.
Well, I mean, she's mixed. I'm just.
Mixed of what?
I don't know.
You think that she's like white and like plus Italian or some shit?
No, like black.
And Seth, we're gonna have
She's like a quarter.
we're gonna have
black
15, 20 minutes when she gets her to get all that information for me to get her ready.
Yeah.
Quarter.
Dude, I got she wrote down 50 TV shows for you to watch. I mean,
right, come on. Dave and Morning. Those cankles.
she's a Lightning fan. I mean, this is gonna be easy.
Oh God.
Fucks her husband. I mean, you know, interview writes itself.
Sizzle Slizair. Caviar Tacos. Hollywood 69.
Hey, Bubba, Chip said that suit sucks.
Dutch Duke, Fan Orlando. Yinzer. Oh, this ain't that way.
Who said that?
Chip.
Fuck Chip.
Fuck Chip.
He said suits is weak.
Where's Chip at right now?
Why? I'm not telling you to block Chip because he thinks suit sucks.
I'm gonna try to go find him.
No.
I mean,
No, Chip's cool, man.
Fuck Chip.
Chip's cool. He just said the show blows.
Yeah, well, he's a fucking moron. What the fuck does he know?
Did it win any Emmys?
You know what? You know why? Because his mom and dad named him Chip. That's why he's got a fucking chip on his shoulder. Because what a fucking, that's like one of. You know what? You know why? Because his mom and dad fucking, that's like one of. You know what? You know why? Because his mom and dad.
You're listening to the man that is best friends with Deion Sanders, Tony Stewart, and not Hulk Hogan anymore. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Seth has informed me that a guy named Chip in chat has said that my new favorite show, Suits, that I know I'm 10 years behind, okay? But whatever. It's like 8 or 9 seasons. I'm in season 6. I really like it. I asked Jay. It's about a big law firm in New York City.
And Harvey Specter and Meghan Markle's hot.
And so it's just, I don't know. I like it, and so whatever is it, whether you like it or not. And so,
dude, you're a Jehovah's Witness with this show, man.
And then this guy named Chip comes on. Seth won't tell me where he's at, but I'm gonna look him for him. I'm gonna scour Twitch. I'm gonna scour Twitter. I'm gonna scour
why you're gonna
Facebook.
block Chip because he said Suits sucks?
Well, he's not being nice about it.
No, he's cool. He
and here's the deal, man. Like, how would you, honest to God, let's just think about it. I'm Bubba, but before Bubba, my real name was Todd. I really didn't like Todd too much, but it's just a regular name, Todd. Like. And Dan, I know it's short for Daniel, but it's like nothing like real fancy or anything like that.
What's a fancy name that you like?
And Seth.
Do it again now.
Seth, you're just a Seth, just a regular old Seth.
Seth's a pretty exotic name. I mean, you don't see a lot of Irish guys named Seth. It's kind of a Hebrew name.
It's a generation after me. Somebody discovered the name Seth, and then they named a bunch of kids Seth. We went through a Seth.
Right after your generation.
We went through a Seth. We went through a Seth.
There was
phase.
no Seth Boom.
Yeah, and then
there was, dude. Because I don't know anyone my age or older named Seth. Everyone I know named Seth is under 55.
It's always been in the Bible, though. I mean, it was Cain
the Bible's pretty old, but
it was Cain killed Abel, and then there was Seth.
But nobody.
But Seth was the third son.
Yeah.
Get out. That's where Seth came from?
Yeah.
It was Cain, Abel, Seth?
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh, baby. That's
Bible stories.
Wow. It's like the 4th name of all time.
Yeah.
And Warren. All right, that's old school.
That's just giving up.
That's, when your mom and dad name you Warren, I think they take a look at the baby and they're disappointed. I really do. I think literally, when I came out of my mom, they're like, oh, we'll name that kid Todd. Okay. And then, when Seth came out, they'll be like, ooh, we're going to name that kid, kind of a cutting edge name by today's society, Seth. And when you came out,
name is a German name that was a masculine name.
When you came,
guard, enclosure, a game
when you came
Stop
out,
trying to defend it.
That might be the way the people in Germany interpret.
We're not in Germany,
Warren, but we're here in America.
Nazi.
And you came out, you're real big, kind of lumpy, kind of like do. Like you even came out like,
Did he come out big?
Dumb and
He
big.
had to have come out big. You don't
come
start
out-
off
How
that
much did you weigh at birth?
small and get that big.
I was 21 inches, 7 pounds, like 25 ounces.
I don't
Like,
know what
that
that means.
makes
I'm
a lot of
talking about
sense.
pounds.
I was like,
but
I was-
you can't wait. You can't be a pound plus 25 ounces.
No, I'm sorry. I was like, I'm sorry. You're right. You're
I'm
right.
not trying to
I
be
was
like difficult. It just didn't
I
make
was
any
in the
sense.
high 7s, almost an 8.
Okay.
what about Lummy?
I was almost an 8. Lummy. Now, meanwhile, Larry Plummer.
Never mind.
He was a 13.
Come on.
Larry Plummer was a 13-1.
Oh my God,
And
his mom.
Yeah, a 13
Natural
pound
birth?
natural birth.
Oh my God.
Was it
Right
just
through
blown out at that point?
Right through the vagina.
Oh my God.
She just has one giant hole now.
I wonder if that's why Mr. Plummer is in such a bad mood all the time, because little Larry came in there at 13-1 like a wrecking ball, right?
Oh yeah, it's
mean,
like driving a semi truck
poor
in
Mrs.
through a small
Plummer.
garage.
Poor Mrs. Plummer. I wonder when you go to the grocery store and you got your 13-pound baby there and you're wheeling it around in its little holder and somebody says, "Oh my God, is your baby 5 months?" No, I just had it last
5
week.
days, bitch.
It's 5 days. I wonder if they instantaneously go, "I bet your vagina's blowed out."
It's probably the
Right?
second thought. Let me. How much did you weigh at birth?
Like 10 pounds.
Like
That's-
10 pounds.
That's heavy.
Well, they pulled me out because I was breached.
Oh,
You were breached.
Yeah.
ass up.
Ass up, coming out.
So now when you're
actually
breached,
ass down,
no,
really.
no,
No,
Dan, when you're
yeah.
breached, is that like a big time
Feet first.
potential complication?
Oh yeah, everything's messed up. The baby usually rotates and goes head first, like head closest to the cervix,
Out of the vagina.
in the last few weeks. And if they don't rotate and you
So
go
hold
breach,
on,
you get
the
stuck
baby's
sometimes.
like one of those little astronauts, and he kind of
Exactly.
slowly moves
exactly what I'm envisioning.
to
The
what
astronaut.
to what the
Underwater.
the opening of the tunnel is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's looking for the light.
Right. He's looking for an opening.
And you think about it, a baby's kind of like a barb. And so when a baby's going head first, he's more streamlined. If he
Right.
goes feet first, his arms get stuck like a triggerfish.
Oh my God! And then
So you throw that shoulders out.
And you think Lummy's mom's might have been blowed
That's
out?
probably a
Oh man,
cesarean.
he
You
went
think
10
Lummi-
pounds backwards.
He went 10 pounds backwards. Is that a blowout?
It's like driving a rocket through a mouse hole.
No wonder your dad's always mad at you, Lummy, because you blew after
Yeah, he can't
you,
feel.
it ruined his sexual experience with your mom. Your mom's vagina's blowed out.
Yeah, that's why I was the last one.
Oh yeah.
Poor. And so when they brought
Couldn't hold
this,
anything else after that.
when they brought this ass first baby out into the world, they looked at it and go, "This is a Warren."
I peed all over the doctor too.
Well, the first thing they saw was his ass, and so that's when I started naming him.
Yeah. Well, so
Thank you,
anyway,
Dr. Dan.
I don't. Macho Man's working on my next gen, or I would fire. Thank you. I was gonna go for the more of the. There you go. Oh, that's a new one. That's a new one right there. So
Keep it
Dan,
local.
Dan, talking about Suits. Here's the cast. Now this chick here, this is Donna. Okay, then I won't do it. Then I just won't
Ginger's
do
hot,
it.
but I like that other
Just
girl.
not gonna do
Abigail
it.
Spencer wins.
Nope, we're not gonna do
yeah,
it.
She wins
Seth-
first place.
Seth was
Merkel's
being-
a
Seth
distant
was
What
being
did
a
Seth
dick.
say? I didn't even hear him.
Seth goes, "Oh God,
Oh God.
oh God," like a Jewish yenta. He's like, "Oh God, oh God." Oh. I said, "Let me show you the staff on Suits," and Seth goes, "Oh God."
It's more like, oh
Dan
God.
doesn't. All right.
Shut up, Seth.
Or he does like an oh boy.
You're turning like into an Anna. So once you just start chewing your nails and throwing them down to the ground.
Ew.
You're
Yeah,
only
from the
chewing.
same ilk.
Hold on,
Yeah, I did that. I
Dan.
got
You
caught.
didn't hear about that?
No, that's
So
disgusting.
look at this, Dan. Hold on. That is.
Come on.
It's not from one day.
That was yesterday.
Wait, that's nail debris?
Dan.
Yeah, it was bad.
That is.
Oh.
Dan. That is the floor that's currently underneath you.
No, I vacuumed. Come on now.
Prior to her vacuuming, when I called her out in the after show and said, "Anna, I got an inside Iggy. Heads up. Somebody told somebody told somebody then told me." And and when we're on, when we're on the air, we're visual. So everybody's
exposed.
Yeah, and so somebody picked up on the fact that Anna chews her nails and then either spits them or throws them just down to the side. And so I am having a conversation with this person, like, you really think it happens? And they're like, I don't know. When you open the show up, why don't you ask Lummy just to go down there and see but I think she throws him to her to her right or to her left?
Left.
Yeah, she throws him to her left in that little aisle way. It's hard telling how many are ground into the rubber. I mean, like how many that didn't get swept up, but instead got stepped on 14 times in 2 days and got ground. Part of the rubber. It's probably a fingernail bed, layer around
and
there.
almost unapologetic because she said she's unconscious when she does it.
Yeah.
I apologized multiple times.
Who ratted her out though? I like who's the rat?
Exactly. That's a great question, and the one that I was asking yesterday that no one would answer.
Everybody be quiet. I don't want anybody to answer this question except for me.
Sorry.
We found out through one of the good listeners that reached out to one of us. And that's all I'm saying. And then
Like they saw it and noticed it?
Yeah, and they said, and they reached out to one of us and gave us the Iggy.
Wow.
Said, hey, look at Anna's left side. She chews and spits, she picks her nails and bites her nails, and she throws them down to the ground. So we don't say anything. Anna she'll absolutely testify that we didn't find 3 nails and stage these. Like, these are legitimately her nails. And she's very embarrassed about it. She's very sorry about it. But this was one of the big high spots of the podcast yesterday, is that Anna.
I mean, those are right. I mean, that's a great picture by
Lummy. It is. So, Lummy didn't even have to look hard. He's like, I see him. I said, well, take a picture of him. So that's what we had going on yesterday. Anna eats and picks her nails, and she's going to make
eat them now.
Story
evolves.
You know what? I hate to. I know underneath my board's okay, but like, I need to go check underneath your board and see if there's like boogers or anything. Like, are you guys
earwax, something like that?
I mean, like, remember when we
listen,
because we're on video. But when we were in 3rd grade, we weren't on video, and you would literally tell me, I did. I would pick my nose and then put it and then wipe it underneath the table.
Dan's doing a full scan right now.
I think we're pretty good.
I vacuumed your
just because we're on video. Anna can't even help herself. She knows she's on video.
I didn't even realize I was doing it.
She still
Not
bites.
that that's any excuse.
Bites and discards. Bites and discard. Bite and discard.
And the apologies are fading.
Yeah.
Feels like they mean less and less.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've shamed myself. I said I was sorry. I don't know what else I can do.
Have you talked to anybody about
nasty.
this? Like any of your friends?
Have you talked to anybody about it? People on Twitter have talked about it plenty.
But what I'm
reached
saying,
out to me.
Like Naba. Did you talk to
Why
Naba
would
about
I reach out to someone and ask them or talk to them about
You
it?
could be like, listen, Naba, I just want to let you know, you're my little brunch friend and everything, and Bubba really caught me in a.
I feel like you're going to make this into a sexual thing. I'm not sure how.
No, I'm not. I'm not making it into a.
It's getting sexual.
I'm not making it into
it's heading in that
I'm
direction.
not making it into a sexual thing. I'm just, I just want to let you know that I can't get any sleep about it. And what should I do? Should I just,
I
what?
slept great last night.
So, all right. Well, you didn't talk to
Maybe
anybody.
you should do like a little OnlyFans shtick with the nail biting, and maybe there's like a market for that.
Maybe
maybe there's guys that will
You know
pay
what,
you
Dan, there
for your
probably
nail
is.
fragments.
I don't want to find out who these men are.
Remember you sent me this is there's this whole world of pay pigs. This guy explains it here.
I really like.
I have
someone
heard this
to tell
before.
them to do.
I have a good
what to do.
friend. She's an OnlyFans girl. Okay, and she was telling me about this pig pay thing. I said, and I have an easier time understanding this than than a dude that's been banging chicks his whole life, and all of a sudden he wants to go get banged by a guy. That to me, it was like, all right, cool. I just don't get it. But this I get. You're a CEO. You're running around. You're telling people what to do all day long. It's just something you've been doing for a decade or two. And behind closed doors, you want some chick to just tell you ain't shit,
And
get
to
on
be
the floor,
dominated.
lick my.
Oh yeah.
That stuff.
All right, that's a little aggressive.
Sorry.
However, no, I mean this
I'm
is
just
what
saying,
happens.
yeah.
But I've heard these stories before, and my friend, the OnlyFans girl, told me this. I was like, really? She goes, oh, and they pay.
They pay.
They pay to get dominated, basically. I was like, ooh, okay, all right. I'm not cutting that check.
And sometimes
Interesting,
it does involve men too. That's the only other thing I know you have a hard time
No,
understanding. But then
I get it.
No, they were talking about getting dominated. These guys are actually having sex, I think.
I'm not sure.
I mean, like the pay
I think they're
pigs.
just talking about FinDom stuff.
I think the pay pigs, like they don't. I think they sit in the corner and and the woman just makes fun of you. And maybe you're taking care of yourself. I don't know. I don't know. I just think that they make fun of you and you pay them, and I think you can get sexually relieved by like maybe yourself. But I think that like, even like while you're trying to take care of yourself, they're telling you how stupid it is and how small it is and you're a loser. Boy, I mean, oof.
I speak English. I just
Okay, so I'm a boss and I got to boss people around all day. It means I want to go to this chick's house and have her make fun of me all day.
I know it's hard, and
Yeah.
it's and you look at these men, they have their names on libraries and this and that and all the money and
Bill Clinton, it's the first person I think of with a name on a library. Hey, who's the first person you think of with a man that could potentially have his own library?
Kennedy.
No, that
Martin Luther King.
Well, that might have done shady
Clinton.
stuff.
Bill Clinton.
Kennedy. All of those people. Martin Luther King.
and it's just something in their brain has said like, I'm bored. Like,
I'm bored. But my God, I don't want to get my ass whipped and told you how stupid I am and then me give you $5,000. My Lord.
But if you're bored and rich, I think that might be when I'll
buy some baseball cards like you do.
Not everyone's like you.
It's a true study. All the astronauts, Tony Robbins actually did this. I've attended all his events. But the astronauts, when they came back down from space, all of them, but I believe one, check this to be certain, got addicted to drinking and alcohol. They became depressed. Why?
Well, I mean,
what a stat, babe.
Wait. Back in the 60s, they were all drinking.
Yeah.
I mean,
Living
come
in
on.
goddamn-
We're talking about the 60s and early 70s. Everybody drank back then. They were all drinkers.
let's
The
hear
whole
what she has to
country
say.
At
drank.
least she believes in the moon landing.
True.
does she?
And she's got some nice jugs, too.
Space. What the hell
Well,
on earth is
what-
there that's going to excite you?
There's nothing exactly.
Is that
And
what it
as
is? Yeah.
humans, that we
So they're saying, man, I've been to space. There's nothing on
interesting.
Earth that can take me to the next level. So let me give you $5,000 and you pee on me or something.
have a need to always be growing. If we're not growing, we're dying. The law of entropy, the law of atrophy, that really is big in relationships, right?
I can appreciate
so
that.
there's nothing for them to do after this point, and then they're
get
just
it.
like, what we've accomplished. What are you going to
Yeah,
do
you just
to
went.
be
You
in
just went to
space?
the moon, and now it's like
What's
you want me to
next?
go.
How about a threesome or something?
watch
Mars?
TV
or what
now?
Are you gonna
Yeah.
do? Yeah, like what's next?
I get that.
So that's what happens. That's really what
So
happens.
that's what. So you're using the metaphor of you've made all the money, you got all the billions, you've done it all, you have the yacht. Can I just get a chick to pee on me once in a while?
That's
Like,
right.
is that really?
I think
Interesting analysis.
there you go. I think that's all we need with regards to the.
You got the gist.
So let me early on before we get distracted. I thought I would go. Every day when I put stuff up on our Twitter that I might find, I put stuff up on our Twitter a lot of times because I know that I might want to talk about it the next day. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
it's good stuff.
Well, thank you. Of course, you'd say that. And so I find this stuff, and again, I invite you guys to participate. Oh, was that an F word?
I think so.
All right, here we go. Watch this guy driving way too fast in the left lane on one of those little crotch rockets, and Johnny Dad just decides to correctly pass. He's in the middle lane.
And in defense of Johnny Dad, when bikes are weaving in and out, you don't normally see them on a head check.
Right. You can't.
And so you can't tell that they're there. And they weren't there a second ago. And you have your situational awareness. You know
Right.
the car's around you. And all of a sudden, there's a new bogey that's up on your left as you're going into that left lane. It's kind of frustrating for other drivers.
How many times have you been driving on your not your Ferrari?
I clipped the motorcycle doing this. Exact thing.
Yeah, not only that, but when they're driving and sometimes you don't hear them, and then they come on, but by the time they're beside you, they're full Vance and Hines exhaust. Oh, you literally come out of your skin. You're like, what the hell?
No, I clipped a motorcycle, God, it must have been almost 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And I was on like Fowler or Fletcher and trying to get to the interstate. And I was changing lanes, and a motorcycle who was not there before was suddenly there, and I knocked him, and he went down. It was horrible. But he was weaving. I didn't get in trouble.
No, you didn't?
No, because everyone said the guy was weaving in and out. I mean, he wasn't supposed to be there.
Man, this past weekend, I wasn't going to get into this. This past week, I went to Ocala on Saturday. And so Merch Crick and I are driving the Crown Vic, which, by the way, out of all my cars, the Crown Vic's the fastest.
Really?
I mean, it's a cop car.
That's true.
And I've had the Crown Vic to 150.
Really?
Yeah, I've had the Crown Vic to 150, and it's yeah, well, maybe not. I mean, I don't
Rattling around.
I don't know that those General tires that I got from Rick are speed rated past 50, but I'm just saying. Probably not.
Yeah, the trailer tires.
Yeah, I mean, when I went and bought tires for the Crown Vic, you know what I said, Lovey?
What?
Find me the cheapest ones they make.
Yeah,
and put ones that are round and roll, have a little bit of tread on them.
Oh, perfect.
Just 'cause for me to be gallivanting around town from one chicken place to another. That's all I need it for. But sometimes I do drive it to Ocala. Well, it is fast as hell. It's got that Ford 4.6 V8 police, and it's literally called the Police Interceptor. That's what these were made. These specific,
which had no governors. They went really fast,
Right.
like you said. They went about $150. They would apprehend all the guys whose governors tapped in around 115.
which a lot of cars do.
Yeah, all trucks, most SUVs, and most regular cars. Very few cars go 150.
Not this SUV. So we pull out on 75 South, and all of a sudden here comes this Toyota Sorento, or whatever the SUV version of the Toyota.
It used to be like a Land Cruiser or a 4Runner.
No,
it's a bigger one. It's like the Sonora, I think it is.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And this guy is from New Jersey, and he's got one of those. I mean, those luggage racks that I have. Those that are made out of carbon fiber, and you strap them to the rails of your car. And they're kind of aerodynamic, but they're really long, and they take the entire top of the car up.
Yep.
He had one of those on, so I can only imagine the wind drag that caused. And he was going, I'm not kidding you, he was driving so erratic. We're driving on 75 South, like near Wildwood and stuff, Lummy. And so because I have a car that can go 150, he passes me just,
oh boy.
Damn. So I'm like, I'm going to see how fast this guy's going. So I catch him at 130. I finally catch him at 130, and this guy's running down. He's got two kids in the back.
Oh,
he's an older Asian guy.
Dear.
An older Asian guy, two kids in the back with his wife or whoever, and they're doing 130 in a Toyota SUV with a big thing on top. I didn't like mess with them or anything like that, but I'm just like, man. People, I mean, you can go on 75, you can go 80 miles an hour and like just get freight train. I mean, there's cars on 75 on Saturday night. I would say the average speed was 100.
Whoa. Jeez.
Yeah, I think everybody's got the Waze app, and they know they know where the cops are.
Well, I guess the cops are getting a little smarter on that one.
So what happens when somebody reports them? They just hit no.
Yeah, they log in, and then just say that they're not there anymore.
I know, but then
really, is that what they're doing?
Yeah, but here's the deal. But next guy go by, he hits you, then you got to turn. I mean, you're just constantly sitting there smashing the off button because everybody that goes by, they report a cop, right?
Yeah.
So you're just smashing the off button, like off, no. You're paying more attention to your app than you are the radar unit. Here is I'm gonna go through my Twitter feeds from yesterday. We're gonna start doing that probably in the first hour of the show just to get it over with, Lummy. But I do tweet some remarkable stuff.
You do?
Yeah, thanks. Here you go. Look at this. So, boom.
Fuck.
Oh, there we go. Hold
dear.
on. Missed that again. Now the guys, he actually landed in the best spot that he could have landed. This guy's on a motorcycle. He rear ends this guy and then lands on the guy's trunk and is riding on the guy's trunk. That's where, look, this is where he...
Stop! I can't believe you right now, dude.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, like hold on.
What the heck?
This guy tries to blame.
But wait a second. If you look what the guy did, the driver crossed a double yellow
without a blinker on.
Stop!
So he has an argument.
Okay, but the guy was also passing on a double yellow too.
But how do you know he wasn't already in that lane? Did he weave into it? I didn't see the earlier part of the video.
Okay, hold on.
If he was on it, he's in that lane.
He's in the emergency lane.
It's the commuter lane.
That's not. I don't know. I think. See that black?
But I see yellow, black, yellow. Right? Do you see that?
Yeah, but
you can't cross a double yellow.
You can't. What I'm saying is
Neither should be there.
This is a median that's made for emergency vehicles only.
Right.
This
so
is
neither
not
driver
made-
should be there.
Neither should be there.
Right.
So the motorcycle guy can't blame it all on the dude because the motorcycle guy was trying to be a dick and just fast pass everybody in the emergency lane. That's what he was trying to do. Am I right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't know, as a cop, how you score this. I don't know how you score it.
Just call it even?
And the insurance companies will battle it out, won't they, Dan, for blame?
If they're both illegally in that lane, then yes.
Yeah, I mean...
Stop! I can't believe you right now, dude.
That dude is way too calm for just
That guy's a dick. The fact that, it's half of your fault, dumbass. It's literally half of your fault.
What's he looking to catch with that GoPro anyway?
I don't know. So I guess yesterday,
liability of other drivers.
Gronk threw out the first pitch
Yeah.
at Fenway Park, and I tweeted it, I retweeted it, and then on my little comment section I put, I'm gronked out. Because I kind of am. Is there anybody with me here, or am I being the dick in the fact that I'm kind of gronked out?
You're gronked out, but you're not Taylor Swifted out?
No.
See, I'm the opposite. I'd much rather see Gronk than another Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce story.
I'd rather I'd rather sleep with Taylor Swift than Gronk.
I'd probably rather sleep with Gronk. It'd be more fun.
I wish that Gronk would have just thrown a normal pitch instead of this cheesy spike crap he does.
Doesn't this make you get gronked out? Okay,
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Let me play this first, Dan, so then maybe you'll change your opinion of that he's just getting to be douchey. Ready? Here we go. First, we all know how first pitches are supposed to be. You can tell that this is a very, very, very highly publicized event because by first pitch standards, Seth, you've been to many games, there's not this many people there for the first pitch.
No.
I've been part of first pitch ceremonies with the Rays 3 times, and people are still getting to their seats and, getting beers, and, it's about 50% at best. Look, they're jam-packed here because Gronk, nobody wants to miss Gronk throwing out the first pitch.
Well, it's kind of a big game. I think it's like the Freedom game. The Boston Marathon was on Monday. They do 11 o'clock game. The Red Sox are there early, so the whole city shuts down and people go to the game.
So the whole city, because of their Boston Marathon being so prestigious, they build all types of events around the marathon, and one of which is an 11 o'clock game.
Yeah.
And then they ask Gronk to be the guy that throws the pitch out on this very important game. So, Dan, you know how it goes. Most guys throw it, and sometimes they get it there. Sometimes you can be like Baba Booey, and you'll be throwing it over to this cameraman. You're trying to get it there. Most people, it's about a 50% success rate. Here's what Gronk does. Doesn't he just come across as an absolute ignoramus caveman?
I think that's why people love him.
Oh, man, you heard that.
I mean, is he trying to promote that he's on the spectrum? I mean, yeah, dude.
I mean, that's what people expect from him, Bubba.
That's what football players do, and that's what he does in the when he was doing the ads. I mean, the little vignettes during the football games. He'd either spike the ball or not spike the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
he was only doing it in the NFL for like a decade.
Yeah,
spiking footballs in the end zone.
And plus, Bubba, he looks good because he saves himself the embarrassment of having a bad pitch. That way, he spikes it, does this thing that people go crazy, and now he's not going viral for Gronk having a girly Stephen A. Smith pitch.
You know what? Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
He misses that Super Bowl field goal kick 2 years in a row. Nobody remembers it. They don't care. Stupid ass Gronk.
Upon further review and trying to better understand the promotion and the meaning of what he did, you guys are right. I'm wrong. He did. I guess he did exactly what he needed to do to stay on brand and to eliminate the possible, throwing it like Baba Booey. So you just Gronk it, right?
I mean, it's like the Hulkster going out there not ripping his shirt off before he forces a first pitch. I mean, just like it.
This is gimmick.
Now, I guess this guy's in San Francisco or something. Now, what this idiot doesn't realize, this is the standard Gen Z. Standard young kid now that thinks that if you're in there's certain states where you can walk in and steal stuff, and their lummy security guard literally has been instructed by corporate not to do anything, and the cops don't do anything on snatch and grabs. And so this guy's at an Apple store, and he's just stealing every.
It's scary how he snatches those out.
Yeah, and they got him kind of locked down with these little, like these little chains kind of deal. But if you really want to rip them out, you can. Most human beings are civilized, and they just look at them and then put it back down. But what this guy doesn't realize is that he can't hook any of them up. Because they're worthless.
They are?
Yeah, well, you can't sell an iPhone to somebody that hasn't been activated from the store.
Isn't that jailbreaking though?
Yeah, it's called jailbreak.
No, I think the Apple can lock these phones up. Like, I think they can put an internal lock on them.
Well, I'm not calling this criminal smart, but I sure hope he wasn't wasting his time.
I think he did. And then he
was arrested shortly after.
But here's the thing. He walks right by a cop car. That's the mentality that our youth have. Watch this. He's taking them handfuls at a time, stuffing them down his pants. All the alarms going off. I think
he's very methodical and organized in his technique.
Right.
But I tell you what,
I think this guy's just a consumer, and he's just backing off. Just backing off. Look.
Yeah, I'm not about to lose my life over this.
So, Bubba, if you own the store, what do you do? And if you're a patron in the store, what do you do?
Well, I think
what you do. What does Bubba do in Tampa if this happened in your store, or if you were just in that store and watching this?
I think there are two different levels.
Well, I understand.
If I own the store, or if I'm a patron of the store.
Okay. You own the store.
If I own the store, I think I can shoot him. I think I can.
You can't defend personal property with a gun with lethal force.
All right,
no, you cannot.
Is it county by county, or is it just like state?
No, it's in the state of Florida. I know you cannot. In most states, you cannot.
You cannot defend personal property with.
So
you're
that's
trying
your house. Now, here's the difference. Like in Louisiana, for instance, because there was a big rush of carjacking, they extended that, and your car wasn't your personal property; it became part of your house, and the castle doctrine applied to your car.
Yeah,
they're doing that now in Florida
Even if you weren't
as well.
in it?
No, you have to be in it.
Oh,
yeah,
hold on.
Yeah, if you're in it,
so you're saying if you own this Apple store, you can't come out with your shotgun and blow them away?
Arguably, no.
Even if it's small business, like 100% your business, you own everything inside.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You can't shoot him?
You can't shoot him.
Can you hit him in the head with a
What
bat?
if you pull out a gun and act like you're going to shoot him?
That's brandishing a weapon,
all right,
and that may also get you in trouble. But it is inside of your house and your store. But if he's not trying to threaten you, you can't shoot him.
Well, I don't think
you can detain him.
I don't think
you can beat his ass.
You can
You're
try.
not going to rot in jail for beating his ass. You'll be a hero.
You can try, but what if you're an older guy? You don't. This guy looks pretty wiry.
Then if he confronts you back, then you can shoot him.
Yeah, there's a police car
right in front. Doesn't care.
I sent you, Bubba, the timeline of his Apple Store theft.
That was definitely Los Angeles, wasn't it?
No, it was Berkeley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, San Fran, close to San Fran.
So Bubba, so now you're okay. So I get your anger if you own the store.
Right
so
there.
now you're a patron at the mall, and some guy goes in with a hoodie and starts popping all these phones out and takes a couple laptops under his arm. What are you going to do as a patron? You just going to put your foot out and trip him as he walks out the door? Are you going to do more than that?
I'm doing nothing. I don't want to lose my life over an iPhone.
If I got my gun with me, I try to stop him physically and grab him and throw him down, and then I would never shoot him unless he brandished a weapon. Then I would shoot him, but I would try to physically tackle him and keep him down. Give my gun to Merch Crick and tell her to hold him. So he sees that we have a gun. And call 911. Now, could you do that? Could you hold him at gunpoint but not shoot him?
Maybe.
Let's find out.
It depends on. In Polk County, you could.
Yeah,
in Polk County, you could.
Yeah,
in Miami, you probably couldn't.
In Polk County,
it depends on the sheriff.
Grady, have a parade for you the next day.
So what if the bad guy turns around and wants to press charges on you for holding him at gunpoint for an hour?
He can't. He can't. So he like on illegal detainment or almost like kidnapping. No, he's committed a crime. You can detain him until the police get there. Absolutely.
Let's break down this guy. His name's Mims.
Pardon?
Mims.
This guy, the African American gentleman who committed these crimes.
Why are you calling him a gentleman?
Whatever.
It's interesting because it's interesting.
Gentleman and a scholar.
When I was in my residency, it's interesting what she says because a lot of times you be like, okay, this is a 43-year-old gentleman who presented with chest pain. I had a professor once who said, "How do you know he's a gentleman?" And we say that so loosely. This gentleman is criminal.
Yeah, you're right. So this piece of shiz.
Thank you.
Where have all the gentlemen gone?
Yeah, true. Had there been a gentleman would never have a timeline like this. Let me read this timeline from this piece of shiz, okay?
Thank you.
Let me just read you this timeline, and you can form your own opinion as to what you think about this guy. November 27th, 2023, Berkeley police say Mims and Rayleigh is his other guy who helps him, stole 43 iPhones and 2 laptops valued at $50,700 from the Berkeley Apple Store. On December 7th, Berkeley police that Mims stole 66 iPhones valued at $61,000 from the from the same store. On December 31st, 2023, Berkeley police say that Mims stole 29 iPhones valued at $26,000 from the same store.
Different car, though. Different getaway.
So he's now ripped off. He's been there 4 times. On the 5th was January 7th.
On the what?
On the 7th, January 7th, Berkeley police say Mims attempted burglary and theft from the Berkeley Apple Store, but the doors locked him. He was thwarted. 7 days later, on the 14th of January, police say that Mims attempted burglary at the theft of the same Apple Store, but they were foiled by a security guard who held the door closed. So the security guard saw him coming and blocked the door because he knew that he'd been ripped off 5 times before. Okay, hold on. January 17th, $48,000. I'm going to shorten all this by saying that every one of these that I speak to you are from. Oh, I guess he changes it up.
Yeah, it looks like he did.
Okay, so they're either one. He steals from 1 or 2 stores, either the Emeryville Apple Store or the Berkeley Apple Store. Those are his 2 places he goes. That's the only 2 places he goes. January 17th, $48,124 from Berkeley's Apple Store. January 27th, Emeryville police say that Mims is arrested on suspicion of stealing from Emory Apple Store. No further information was provided. January 30th, he was busy. In January 30th, Emeryville police say Mims is arrested on suspicion of stealing. February 5th.
Wait, 5 days later, he's arrested and already out.
Yes. February 5th, police say that Mims is arrested on suspicion of stealing from the so Emeryville. I mean, it seems like they take it a little bit more
they
seriously.
cracked down on him.
So he got arrested 2 times.
But wait, then 2 days later, he's out of jail again on February 7th in Eastmont.
On February 7th, police say that they arrested at Eastmont Mall in Oakland on suspicion of stealing 75 iPhones valued at $68,000. February 8th, they were booked into the county jail. February 9th, the DA charges Mims and Rayleigh with felony burglary, grand theft, and organized retail theft in connection with the Apple stores. And hold on. February 9th, he is released by the DA, subject to a GPS ankle monitoring system and home detention supervised, blah, 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 and is held on a $100,000 bail. So this guy's already out.
He's stolen like $300,000
$300,000 worth of phones, and he's already out. Mm-hmm. Welcome to our world. I mean, God, we are so screwed. From the immigrants. Did you see all the Palestinian protesters that blocked like 3 different airports yesterday? Made all these people miss their planes, and did you see they tried it in Miami too? And the Miami these Palestinian protesters, they did it in, I think, the San Francisco
Chicago
Golden Gate Bridge, Chicago, and one other airport, Seattle. And those were all successful. They were able to,
How are these still successful? How has no one figured out a way to get these guys out of the road? I mean, no one's been.
Well, hold on. Then they tried it in Miami, and the Miami cops rolled up in there, grabbed each one of them, threw them on the sidewalk, and arrested them. But you got blue, snowflake and woke Chicago. You got blue, snowflake and woke Seattle. and you got blue woke.
Oakland. I think it was Oakland, San Francisco.
Oakland, San Francisco. But the mayor of Miami is a Republican. That's probably what you look at.
You're right.
Who's running the city? If the city is blue, this is the kind of stuff
the blue
they're
cities
doing.
have neutered their police forces, so they're scared to do anything.
There's also legislation that some of these cities have done that give the protesters protection. And so they have to be very careful. In Florida, when the BLM riot started, the ACLU wanted a special statute that would protect protesters in the street. And Tampa said, "No way! Are you kidding me?" In fact, the sheriff's department said, "If someone's blocking you, keep moving. They'll get out of your way."
I sent you the Miami
and so
one.
it has to do with local statutes. They wanted to specifically pass a law to protect these idiots that are standing in the streets and blocking traffic. And I bet you in these other jurisdictions, there are rules on the books that castrate the police ability to stop it. Because like you said, Bubba, if I was mayor and that stuff happened to me, I'd start at the very beginning, not with 15 cops like they did in Oakland, but with like 150 cops. And I'd clear that thing out in 15 minutes.
Right.
I'd all go to jail.
I'd have a task force, just like they have a school shooting task.
Exactly.
Just like they have a school shooting task force.
A yoke 'em up task force.
You got them, yeah.
A traffic.
No, a protest. A protesting task force.
Yep.
That is equipped with the shields, that's equipped with the tear gas, based on the level of protest.
A lot of zip ties.
If you got 40 granola moms out there, you're probably not going to have you don't have to. But if you got some thugs out there and people shooting guns, I mean, there's all types of
if they're being disruptive to the flow of life, if they are blocking traffic, if they're blocking stores, if they're blocking an airport, they're going to get yoked up. Sorry, kids.
Remember in was it Seattle last year? The protesting got so violent that they burned the police station down. I think they either occupied or burned the police station down.
Both happened.
If that's on as a mayor, if you don't have the plans set in place with your police department or your fire department or your public works department or whoever, if you don't have plans just to stop people from protesting, and protesters have more right than law enforcement because you've defunded your police, that's on you, bitch. That is on you.
Now, if you live in a community where this community supports the police, then you don't have things like this happen.
So watch out who you put in as your sheriff and as your mayor and all this. This is directly on them, their policies, their beliefs. You don't see this in Grady. You don't see this in Polk County.
Hells no.
You don't see this in Chad Cronister's Hillsborough County.
Nope.
Or any of these strong sheriffs. You don't see this. Anyway,
if you give them the opportunity, they will take advantage of it. And them being anyone that's being disruptive. If you give them any extra rights or protections, they're going to run with it and disrupt your community.
We'll get into more. I got examples of both. One, how the Chicago police dealt with these protesters in Illinois. And then I got a couple Miami tweets that I put it out there where you can see the Miami cops literally just yoking them up and dragging them like they're bags of garbage to the curb.
And this is a foreshadowing, Bubba, of the Democratic National Convention, which is going to be held in Chicago. And how do you think the police are going to do there? They're going to get overwhelmed. There's going to be protests, fires, destruction, and whose fault is it?
It's going to be
it's going to be like the 60s,
especially if the Democratic Convention is full of a potential last second Joe Biden's not the candidate, we change our electoral vote for this particular, right? I mean, aren't they saying
there's a huge chance of that? They're saying it, but they're not saying it. They're being really coy about it. And I don't wish death upon anyone, but it looks like Joe Biden is literally like the angel of death is not only knocking on his door. He's like in bed with him. I mean, he seems like he's literally on the last 2 or 3 months of his life. He's so weak and feeble right now. And so there's absolutely an opportunity and a chance and maybe even a probability that he or Kamala will be replaced at the convention.
Hopefully both.
Hopefully neither, so they
wish.
just lose.
What's that?
That's true too. What Dr. Dan just said. Hopefully they don't, so they lose.
Right. I'm going to get into that protesting stuff next. Don't forget Joe Exotic, the Tiger King guy, 9:15 today.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Well, I was like, protest all you want until you interfere with other people.
I got some other putting PVC right here.
Can I use your pooter for a second? Yeah. Thank you.
No.
Here, minimize that.
Pipes on their arms so they can join
The window they sent me. I saw you.
Oh, really?
minimize that.
Remove them, yeah.
What's up, everybody? No, Renee Rusty Taint. She canceled. Okay.
We'll do 69 months.
The bitch canceled. Okay.
Could you talk in your mic real quick? Check 1 2 2 2. Check 1 2 2. Do I need to be up like that?
Now I'm up. Check 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2. Check.
All right, hold on. I'll ask. We'll do it in a second.
Who doesn't? For Stevens?
All right, we're good for now. What up, Alan Bowling?
Is this for me?
Close your YouTube tab.
That's a 3x, so probably not. Dig through it, because I thought it was only 3x first. Got 0.
Where's the oven? Let me respond in there.
2x.
What are you, a large? Oh, okay.
Well, that's so not for me. So I guess it's that's for me.
Yeah, so you can just take
What are we
6
doing
stats
here?
now.
I'm moving this back to where it was. I accidentally closed it.
Oh.
Sorry.
Are we doing the Zoom thing?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Are we on?
No, not
I
yet.
honestly don't know.
You have to be back next time.
Yeah, we gotta be on. I think 10 minutes before, 5 minutes before they said,
Okay.
and then it'll let us in the room once we test our equipment. And then we'll be in the waiting room.
Was that Bubba's like?
It's actually or something. It was 12.
Oh, was it?
No, it was 14. It was 14. It was 14. Oh, it was 14. It's days.
Well, there you go.
Morning, 305 Express.
What's up, Berto Perez? Good morning.
The Navajo tribe getting rid of the Navajo tribe police getting rid of a protester.
Oh, yeah.
Navajo?
You know what it's talking about?
Desert.
What?
Is that when they like drove over the barricades?
Yeah. Like,
Those are the Navajo police? That was
yeah.
it? Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
no, I love
floor
that.
up to the side. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, someone fuck with a casino or something?
No, they were doing they were blocking a street, and the police just like drove through their shit, just destroyed it, pulled off to the side,
Fuck yeah, like
dragged them off on the
Caitlyn
side.
Jenner style?
Yeah.
Just an SUV, just.
We were blocking like a big park. Like, we're not taking that shit.
I'm still here, Eggy. I'm still here. Don't you worry.
You see John Cougar Mellencamp?
Yeah.
He so he got kind of pissed off. And then he started to put that in that hand. After about one hit, he said, I'm done. Guess it happened last night.
Want to play some
This
basketball this
happens
week?
usually
Maybe.
permanent damage to the little
Just go live on YouTube.
hair cells in your ear.
Play horse or something.
Yeah. I know it's frustrating. Maybe next
People
week
would love
it's
it.
frustrating.
Crowd will go crazy.
Morning, Iggy.
Jack and
Buck
Bill.
and Charlie,
man.
morning.
Is he the one that sings that?
Storage shed.
Oh, from natural causes? I think one did. Wasn't that fat guy that died of natural causes? He was president for like 6 months.
President? Was it
Grover Cleveland?
Cleveland?
the second time? Because wasn't
Wasn't
there
that guy who
back-
was president for like just like 60 days or something? 'Cause he died.
You're right. No, you're right.
Harding?
Harding died pretty quick.
Shortest U.S. We're gonna figure this out, guys.
I think it's one to Harding, I wanted to say.
Someone asked on chat.
Harrison,
William Harrison?
perhaps. Just 31 days after his inauguration.
And just natural causes.
I don't know. He looked pretty old.
Joe Exotica.
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show? Are you ready? Don't worry, it's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
A lot of us wish that we had more time to do what we want to do that makes us happy. Let me tell you, the Bubba the Love Sponge show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Again, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com. And the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know how important it is to you and make it a priority. Therapy can help you find what matters to you so that you can do more of it. If you're thinking about starting online therapy, you need to give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited for your schedule. All you got to do is fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. You can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. They make it very easy. Learn to make more time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/BTLS. That'll get you 10% off your first month. Again, that's BETTER, BetterHelp, HELP.com/BTLS. From our Twitter page, which is a great follow, as long as you take the notifications off and then just go over there and scroll at your leisure, because I'm so sorry.
Turn your notifications off?
I've never heard anybody say turn your notifications
Well, because
usually they say turn your notifications on.
I know, but like you might
Not
want
today.
I go crazy on my Twitter because
I might drive you crazy. You might want to unfollow
I mean,
me.
I've been known to send out as many as 76 tweets in one day.
Oh, my God.
Or as few as 8. But anyway, I'm showing you some really, really good stuff. There's some method to my madness here. So just work with me. And Seth and Red and Lummy and whoever else has some great things that you get, like the USF stuff. And please feel free to tweet all you want, if you could, so I don't look like such the overzealot tweeter that I've become.
Dude, we get one good Brandy Love retweet today. I mean, we're 2 million impressions. We can take the next month off.
There you go. We gotta hit that number, and once we hit that number, then we can feather it out a little bit. Right now, we're hard on the gas.
You have to be.
We don't know what we're gonna get with Brandy Love. So here is I don't know if there's any. Yeah, there's some sounds. This is Now,
This is an O'Hare.
This is Chicago O'Hare. If anybody has ever flown, now, not flying into Chicago is one thing, but getting to the airport from the city is just...
It sucks.
It's one of the worst experiences ever to get to O'Hare. It's always jammed. They'll never be able to build enough infrastructure to be able to accommodate. It's one of the busiest airports in the world.
So they got Midtown, baby.
And it's really one of the best cities in America. It was over the last 100 years, and it really sucks so bad right now. It's a shame.
Chicago is just such a great Midwestern, hard-working, blue-collar city, and it's just turned into a cesspool of thugs. Is what it really has. There's one of the highest murder rates in our country.
Yep.
And it's, in my opinion, it's all the local government. It's the mayor. It's the governor. It's the chief of police. It's the district attorney.
And it's the people living there currently.
All of them.
Biggie 737-525 on the super chat.
This as this isn't even a war that we're fighting. Now you might have. You might be Palestinian, you might be Israeli, you might be you may have a dog, you may have an ethnicity dog in this fight, but you're not over there. Maybe some of your families are, and you're concerned about what's happening in Israel right now. But I don't know if that means that you and 50 or 60 or 70 of your friends can block a major roadway and the disruption that causes. I mean, think of, if Dan, let's say you're going to a medical conference and, you're not Johnny. I don't think you're Johnny. Let me leave 3 hours before here. And
no.
I think you're Johnny Russian it the entire time, usually.
I'm Johnny, probably leave about 90 minutes before the flight.
Sure. But, a flat tire or a human protest where you're gridlocked in traffic you're done. You're missing your flight. And so I just don't understand why there can't be a national guard or a national police rule that if people are, blocking traffic by using their human body, that you as a police officer federally have the ability to
pound them?
No, to relocate them
forcefully
if needed. If needed. It's so disruptive. I mean, they said that O'Hare, it'll take 2 or 3 days for O'Hare to recover on the canceled flights and just the amount of millions and millions of dollars that it costs. If you lost your flight, you had to maybe go buy another hotel room, or maybe they charged you additional for your ticket, or maybe you missed that big special event that you were going home to. I mean, right? It's so what if
they could be going to funerals?
What if it was your father's funeral, Dan, and you need to get back to town, and you're not cutting it close, but you're cutting it within 6 hours or so. But that's okay.
Scrape some protester off the bottom of my shoe.
My God!
I mean, not everybody that's going to the airport's going on vacation or doing a business trip. There's everything in between, and and it's one of the most stressful places on earth. And just do this to people that are trying to travel, and just they have to casually get out of their car and just start rolling their luggage miles. I mean, I want to remove these protesters.
And you're the least, And
I would need help, obviously, but I would like to remove a protester. I would like to help a traveler.
And it's just, again, you just traveled with your daughter.
I did.
And what if you're saying, hey, little Sethy, we got to get out of the car. First of all, you just can't park your car right there in the middle of the road.
It's illegal.
And what are you going to do while you're on vacation? They finally get it all cleared out, and your car's just there in the right lane,
long time
by itself. Now it's getting towed, right? Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's just it's the worst, most chicken shiz thing that you can do. I have no problem with you going in front of the White House, or you going in front of the Congressional building, or you going in front of your mayor's office, or you protesting peacefully in downtown Chicago, or even peacefully protesting in O'Hare. As long as you're not impeding traffic, say death to America, say whatever you want. But don't do this to the people that don't have anything to do with your cause. The guy driving the truck, the family of 4 that missed their flight to go see Nana. I mean, they don't have anything to do with what you're protesting.
And they're also not bright enough to realize that what they're doing is not working at all and not helping anything.
No. If anything, it's doing the opposite.
Oh, it's just so bad. It's just so bad. Here's some footage from O'Hare yesterday.
There might be colorful language, I can't remember.
Free Palestine!
So this.
Oh my God!
This
Cops are just like protecting them almost.
Yeah, I mean, like, all right, so,
They're not doing anything.
Nothing.
Seth, it's just so infuriating. They're letting this happen. They are absolutely letting this happen. And shame on the entire local government for allowing this.
All right, so
it's
now,
just like 8 frumpy girls. Like
I
they can have
know.
them out in 2 seconds.
2 seconds, man. I'd grab them all by their hair, two at a time.
Hold on, they got 5 gallons.
Drag their asses.
Here's what they got that's so deadly. They got, each one of them are dressed up in like
Anna.
like Anna.
I don't wear a mask.
They all wear the frumpy stuff.
They all got masks. They all got these stop signs that are, I think, probably made out of wood or cardboard.
Signs they
They
stole.
got 5-gallon buckets.
It's because those black things are PVC pipes they're putting their arms through, and they get heavy, so they're resting them on the 5-gallon buckets.
Oh, so they all put their hands in these PVC pipes.
Are they glued?
No. They just
They're just that's why
you
they
can literally, Dan. You and I could just go ripping right on out.
Yeah.
But look at this. There's 3 cop cars.
Come on, man.
And there's two cop cars. Hard telling how many that could literally. This is Johnny car 155. I need can you send me 3 units out here? I need 3 additional, maybe 4. Oh, send me the paddy wagon too, because I'm going to be throwing some people in there too.
You send me the ambulance because I have a feeling.
Yeah. Hey, this is Johnny 16555. You send me a lot, okay? A bunch of stuff.
Send me everything.
Send me 4 or 5 ambulances. Send me 10 guys. Send me 3 paddy wagons.
How about,
Let's put the helicopter up in the air. Let's get it going.
Send me 5 canines.
Yeah.
See what
Send
the
me
dogs do to these dumb
exactly.
protesters.
Anyway.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, just set the dogs on them.
I like that lady walking by with the finger. That is in the yoga pants.
Yeah,
that
she
guy
was hot.
Yeah.
So we have
like
a Chicago police officer that listens, and he messaged me and said that they're told to stand down or they'll lose their job.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Here
Again, people running the city. Shame on you guys.
Here
It's
is
disgusting.
Here is, I think, another video of somebody that's, I think, driving on the emergency lane.
You know traffic's bad when people are literally sitting on top of their cars and walking to the airport.
That's O'Hare. That is O'Hare.
Oh, there's
and just think, and the cops.
They blocked it
Hold
off.
on, the cops have him
help him.
Have him helped blocked
That's
off.
annoying.
Wait, is this guy on a tram or something?
Yeah, there's a.
Oh, he's on a tram.
traffic's
Okay.
bad
All right, so there's a tram.
This guy got on the tram.
They didn't block
he's,
that.
he's driving his hovercraft.
On top of their cars and
I
walking
mean,
to
just
the
think
airport.
about it. Oh my God.
You know traffic's bad when people are literally.
I sent you the Miami one, Bubba.
God forbid
I
you
also-
drove up with a bike without a light on it. They'll throw you right in jail. But you could just shut down an airport.
Even though I sent
5
you-
of your friends.
I said it's from like a couple months ago, but Dr. Dan even said this one. This is from a tribal land. How they deal with the protesters.
This is how Dan's world works.
So Dan, if you're in charge of Chicago PD and the Dan Stevenson, or I'm sorry, I forget what it's called. The Dan Ryan, maybe. I think it's the Dan Ryan.
In Chicago?
Yeah, I think it's the Dan
Ryan Expressway?
Yeah, I think it's the Dan Ryan Expressway that takes you to O'Hare. And you get a call coming across, Police Chief Dan, Chief Diaco's scanner goes off and says, Chief Diaco, we got Palestinian protesters here that are blocking the entrance of the O'Hare Airport. It's really causing a bad backup. Can you dispatch your units, please?
Yeah, I call them the Navajos.
Okay.
Here they come. Hell yeah! F you, protester. That's how you do it, Bubba. Just like that.
Oh, just wait.
All right, hold on. He comes back. Now they're running.
Here we go.
No, but see, now they got them moving their stuff.
Right. Uh-oh, here comes more good news.
All right, hold on. This is Dan's cop. Here's Dan's. It looks like Chad. Looks like Chad.
my God.
He looks like Chad Geary.
Get out! On the ground! On the ground now!
He's got his gun out.
Yep. That's how you handle it, man. That's how you handle it.
I love
When
it.
a protest goes from a normal protest to disruption like this is what you do.
Hold on.
You arrest them all.
Please.
I love mass arrests.
I mean, he's a little overwhelmed, though. He needs some
You have to
help.
zip ties.
He's got
This guy's body there.
This guy's guy there. You got 2 guys with guns and handcuffs. And a bunch of people that have, No deodorant and armpit hair.
Oh, that's
So-
great.
Please.
Yeah, you're saying please now.
I sent you Miami's.
Yeah, this is Miami's right here. This is how Miami rolled.
I want to see how they did this.
Miami?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Here we go. Hold on.
Drag your ass.
So Miami, they're Palestinian, Hamas, Gaza Strip,
Yeah, I
Israel,
see the
Iran,
flags.
all that kind of deal. Their standardized protest went like this.
They get bonus for how many bodies they get out of the street.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's like vaccinating your patients.
See, they're not hurting them. They're just removing them.
They're not hurting them one bit. They're just carrying them like a bag of cement, and they just relocate them to the curb. Look, okay, you stay there.
All right.
Stay
We'll
there.
zip tie you.
Yeah.
Stay there.
Let's get some more.
Let's get some more.
Nice.
These two guys
There
got
you go.
their.
You're fine.
They got their
You're
arm.
okay.
No big
Lie
deal.
there. That's fine. Sunbathe all you want.
All you want. There we go. And let me see.
They have a good little system, actually.
This
that's
PVC
cute.
pipe deal?
Yeah.
Do you think those people are wearing diapers? Like, how long are you going to stay out there for?
I mean, only you would ask that. Only you would ask that
Yeah, because I
question.
have to pee every 12 minutes.
Do these people really think they're going to be the reason for a ceasefire?
And by the way, look at it. There's already cars rolling through the intersection now. Look, there's cars are now rolling through the intersection.
Is this because of Ron DeSantis?
No, it's probably the Republican mayor.
Yeah, it's probably.
And I like take an axe at PVC pipe to separate them.
It's probably. Dan would get his steel chainsaw out and go right down the middle. Would you not, Dan?
Yep.
But like
Better hope you
okay,
ever
hold on.
tighten your fists.
You're going to have a certain amount of time to pull out because it's going to take me a second or two to get down into that area with the blade. So if you want to play chicken with me, man, you might get your wrist cut off.
Yeah, and I'm going to play Jackal.
And I'm coming straight down the middle, which will give you guys an opportunity to pull out. But if you're going to try to play chicken with me, bitch, you might be elbow down.
Exactly.
No longer.
Look like Jane Castor.
What is just
She's
Jane?
missing a finger.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
just
missing a
missing like
finger.
a finger and a half.
Oh, did she blow her finger off?
No, she lost it on a boat propeller.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah, don't stick your hand near a boat propeller.
It's her ring. It's her gun finger or whatever.
Trigger finger.
Yeah.
Trigger.
What if she lost it doing the 2-finger cul-de-sac?
She probably did with her girlfriend. Just saying.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No, thank you.
What's up, Glenn Longnecker?
So many choices here.
Don't you always get the same shit?
No, they're like, do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? You want just all this other bullshit that I don't fucking hear about.
Most people like options.
I don't like fucking options. It's one way. Fuck off.
People think they like options.
Right.
What do they call that? Like the paradox of choice?
I'm not familiar with that.
No? If you only have if someone gives you like a vanilla ice cream cone, you're like, yeah. But if you're made to choose between 3 flavors, you're eating the vanilla, you're like, should have got chocolate, should have got this. You're thinking about all the options you could have enjoyed more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, or you just find it too overwhelming. They've done studies where if you have 30 options of jam, a lot of times people just get overwhelmed, they don't buy anything. Versus if you have 1 or 2 options, you're like, I like strawberry, I like blueberry, done.
Apricot.
And the same applies with dating. Like when you lived in a small town and you only had 6 people to choose from, you're like, alright, it's my wife. But now that you have Tinder, Bumble, you're always like, what's next? There's something better around the corner.
Caviar. This is 3, I think. Caviar, tacos. Got protein shake coming, so go to 4.
Oh, you're getting it from Smoothie King today because they're not the other.
No, we're gonna storm.
Oh. I thought they don't open until 8.
7:35 or 40. Depends. It's different every day. Thirsties.
What up, Scott?
Close clone.
Oh, thanks, Greg from Canada. I I got frisky with it. What's up, Permagrom?
I'm good with ZETH, Iggy.
Zeffy?
Yeah.
It's actually funny.
Yeah,
Not really disrespectful, it's just funny.
What's up, LM Permagrom?
Zeph. Dude, he really thought it was a Zeph.
Did he really?
Yeah, because you said
He said like
it to
3 or 4
me
times.
about it. It's like, yeah, Zeph. And I'm like, who the fuck is that?
I think the barbers call me that too.
Zeph?
Yeah,
It's more like, Zeph.
I think. I gotta pay attention today.
You going today?
No, they're coming here.
Oh, okay.
Zeph.
I watched a little bit of the Masters. It's kind of boring.
Isn't watching golf just...
Dutch Duke,
It's okay in
don't
the
panic.
background, and, you know, if you're like at a pool and there's like it's on the TV and people like just kind of hanging out, not really paying too close of attention.
So why is it on if you're not even
But,
watching?
but it's
Man, I was checking the results of the fucking WNBA draft last night for the first time in my life.
that girl I got, Angel Reese only went 7.
I think
Yeah,
she was
Chicago.
honest.
Huh?
She went to the Chicago team.
But she was the 7th pick?
Yes. That's interesting.
Yes, I do golf, CC.
I will leave putt.
What up, Timothy? 69. Snook Slayer. I'll take it.
Yeah, I've been playing golf forever since I was a kid, but I don't play as often as I should to be good.
Mike Keltis Fupa is in the chat. Thank you, Trickney.
J-Rod 4495, 42 months.
I don't even know what I said, but that's probably for the best.
Oh,
What's up, Brian? 69. I wasn't sure if I said hi to you. Hello again. You should get 2 hellos. Thanks on the chip. I'm recording again today. I feel pressure because last week's was good, but I do have the OJ trial to talk about amongst other things, so I feel like I got some good content for the boys. What up, Chris Adams?
Someone said they lost 80% of the viewing audience after the first NBA pick or WNBA pick.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, no one cares about Reese. They only care about Caitlin.
She looks really hot though. On the red carpet thing. With titties out.
The number 2 pick, I told you guys about her, Cameron Brink. She's very nice.
And these women have,
What up, Tao Guru?
a lot to look forward to, 7 years of playing in front of, empty arenas and making $50,000 a year.
I think you're wrong.
Can you make more with endorsements and shit?
I think you're wrong, Dan. I think this is a magic fucking bird moment for the league. And
It'd be nice if you're right, Bubba.
No, I think I am right.
I think the next couple of years are going to be the key to this.
You want to hear all the times Hulk Hogan or Tucker Carlson called in? I like that idea. We have it all for you on BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Operation Pigmentation's being recorded today in our little podcast world. We now have like 4 or 5 pieces of exclusive content that goes to our podcasting world that you can't get anywhere else. I don't care if you're, probably the only other place you could probably get it outside of Spotify or iHeart or Apple Play or whatever the hell would be Bubba Army HQ. I think you can get it there. But our podcasting world is really, really built into its own little exclusive content, including Seth's show called Operation Pigmentation, which, by the way, I ordered some T-shirts for.
Hell yeah.
And we'll start selling because I got to tell you, man, I've gotten a lot of great feedback with 2 Live Jew. I've always gotten good feedback with the Flapping Gaps and the Operation Pigmentation. 2 African-American barbers from South St. Pete come in here and chop it up with Seth. Seth's actually been going to them for about 10 or so years.
Oh, Craig called me yesterday because there was a guy, I forgot his name, that listens to the show that lives in South St. Pete, and he went down there yesterday because of the podcast. So Craig called me when the guy was in the chair, so I was talking to him and Craig. So, I mean, that's how much people are liking the podcast. They're actually going down to the barbershop now.
I'll tell you another story. You know, Gloria, my mom's best friend Sue's daughter, who's a wedding planner, she's a big fan of the show, Gloria.
Yes.
I mean, she's on, I forget what her chat profile is.
Glowbug.
Yeah, Glowbug. Well, remember her and her husband, Angus, it really is Angus. I call him Malcolm. But they were over at was it the Purdue? It wasn't the finals, but it was the Final Four.
Purdue, NC State.
Yeah. So Angus and Gloria were over at Tara's house, and we all watched Purdue. My mom was there, or Tarek, the Egyptian, was there. The Merch Crick was there. Tara was there.
He wasn't blocking a street someplace?
Who?
Tarek.
Tarek. No, he's Egyptian. I don't think he really cares about any of this stuff, to be honest with you. So now they're from St. Pete, okay? And Malcolm gets his hair cut like, Sports Clips, or just Angus, I should say. He gets his hair cut like wherever. Gloria actually asked me, because she's a fan of the show, she's like, hey, Angus was thinking about going down to Latin Sons for his next haircut because, he wants to, one, support them, two, do you think that he'll be okay? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? They're going to welcome him in there, and especially if I said, please, Angus, make sure you tell Craig and Obis that that your Bubba Army and the reason you're down here is because you heard it on the show. They'll trip over that. They will love that, will they not?
They were worried. She was worried because he's white.
Well, he's just like a white dude, and they didn't know how ghetto it really is.
They've had a big uptick in white people, they told me, which is very disappointing. But I'm glad they're making money. But I used to be the only one, and now there's other people that are coming there.
We're whatever.
No, so I'm glad. I'm happy for
White guys' money is the same as black guys' money. And more white guys need to go down there and hang out with the cool black guys.
That is true.
Usually the cool black guys got a way different perspective on life than that stupid white guy. And now, you know what? You might learn something going down there and hanging out with those dudes. Right?
I wonder who are better tippers.
Oh.
Do you tip? Seth?
Me? Oh, yeah.
Seth's tipping, please.
He said yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So last night was the WNBA draft.
And these are the two people that first and second?
Just a pre-roll.
And I'm telling you, Dan was being a dick a few minutes ago. He was like,
I don't know if I was being a dick.
The WNBA, where you guys could play full half-full arenas and, make $94,000 a year, and after 5 years,
I mean, yeah, don't lie, because that's what you were saying.
I firmly believe that the WNBA is a shadow of the NBA, which has taken a lot of hits over the last 5 years.
Of course it is, but this is with the league's only been around maybe 5 to 8, 10 years.
The WNBA?
Yeah.
I think 99. Yeah.
All right. So they've never had this particular situation. Let me be honest with you. The NBA wasn't doing so good in the 70s. The NBA teams were still traveling commercially, and they wouldn't even go. They wouldn't even like if the Knicks played, the Celtics at Boston or Garden on a Saturday, they would tape delay it and maybe play it Sunday, not even play it live. The 70s were bad for the NBA. And then this one white dude and this one black dude who had who were arch rivals in college came into the league, the NBA, and it absolutely changed the NBA forever.
So you're talking about Magic and Larry?
Magic and Larry came in 80, and they changed the way the game was perceived, the way that people rooted for it. The white people had Larry Bird in Boston, and the black people had Magic Johnson in Los Angeles, and it just was a good cop, bad cop. Magic got the best of Larry in the college championship. They won, and then I think they were fairly even. I think maybe Magic won one more champ. I think Larry won 3, and maybe Magic won 4. I don't know. I know they both won 3 MVPs, and I knew Larry was Rookie of the Year with 21.3 points a game, and Magic had 18 points a game their rookie year. But the NBA got a huge shot. A lot of people like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, a lot of people will tell you, Charles Barkley, Shaq, a lot of people will tell you Larry and Magic paved the way for us to be superstars and perceived as superstars.
So those two really turned around the league.
I mean, Seth and Rhett, Lummy, you guys know as much about pro basketball as me. I mean, aren't they perceived as the guys who and their natural, going against each other in college, and one guy was white and one guy was black, that they're perceived as kind of the people that helped turn the NBA around?
Oh, yeah. It brought the excitement from the college level up to the NBA.
So I think that Caitlin Clark and this girl from LSU,
Angel Reese,
and then the other African-American girl from Colorado, from South Carolina. I think that this is the much-needed feud and talent level that the WNBA needs to make it. I mean, well, listen, 17,000 people packed the facility where the
Indiana Fever?
Where the Indiana Fever, 17,000 people went there to watch the draft.
Wow.
So, I mean, I think the average, I think Indiana, Lummy, if you look last year, they were on the bottom. They were like either second or third worst for attendance, like at 4,900. They might sell out. It's the Tom Brady effect. Look what Tom
Brady helped out Bucks tickets, absolutely, 100%.
Right.
We had a lot of open season tickets until he signed, and all of a sudden, they're all sold out. And then when he temporarily retired, everybody dumped their season tickets, and then when he reinstated his desire to play, people were
second
left out.
Second to last with how many?
4,067.
So they had 4,000. They're saying that they could sell out the whole place.
Wow.
With the Pacers play.
They're going to.
Yeah, and I think one of the better parts of Caitlin Clark going to Indiana too is that she's right down the road from the Pat McAfee show. She'll be on there today.
Oh,
so you think about just this wave of positive media coverage that WNBA has been on this last couple of months. If they can continue to do that and build and get people invested in the product and get people showing up to games, like you said, if Indiana can sell out consistently, that's going to be really, really, really exciting.
And not only that, but I mean, McAfee makes his Aaron Rodgers right during the league. I mean, McAfee always gets the good gets.
He does a really good job at just making anything look good if you want him to.
Right.
He'll bring someone in, have them endorse their deal.
And
he's done it with like WWE in the past, bringing wrestlers in to kind of talk about and quote unquote legitimize the product. But in this case, it's pretty cool because this is some momentum that I don't think the WNBA has really had in a long time.
No,
a lot of the press you get that gets to this level is not good. It's Alex Stein harassing people at the airport.
Hey, listen, and I think Pat McAfee's studios are literally like 5 blocks away from the arena.
Right.
So, like, he gets her coming in. He used to have to zoom in Aaron Rodgers. He could get Caitlin in studio.
Yeah.
You're pinging the WNBA success on Caitlin Clark appearing on Pat McAfee's show?
No, I'm painting the success of the WNBA as a perfect storm of being the Reese and Caitlin being these two. They had a conflict, and I mean they obviously had a feud going in college where one had they both were kind of on the same level. And one year LSU beat Iowa. The next year Iowa beat LSU. And this is the most excitement that the WNBA has had since the inception of the league.
Yeah, and I mean, it keeps the league in conversations day to day on television. It's not like Pat McAfee is just some jobber on YouTube. He's syndicated on ESPN at primetime noon every single day. So, I think it keeps it among media circles, and it gets coverage that it necessarily didn't get before. They weren't talking about the WNBA at 1 o'clock on a Wednesday or a Tuesday, 5 years ago.
Let's not forget, too, this. What state, I mean, if you're a sports enthusiast, what state
Indiana.
Always Indiana.
No, but listen, quit, guys. Let me ask the question. And it's true. What state is synonymous with basketball?
Indiana.
Indiana. I
Totally
mean,
right.
as far as kids being indoctrinated into basketball, it's Indiana. Indiana is just a basketball. It's considered a basketball state. And listen, 1970. I got a little bit of a story. In 1976 in 1976, Indiana as a state decided to start having girls basketball in 1976. And my home team, Warsaw, won the state championship in 1976. They lost in 77, and then 1978. They won 2 of the 3 state basketball championships when Indiana first started having girls basketball.
That's impressive.
Here's the thing. If there's one state that would support girls basketball, I don't know if Los Angeles has the base. Like if Caitlin Clark went to Los Angeles, if the people that live in Los Angeles are as adamant about basketball as the people of Indiana, but if a white girl who is arguably the best girls basketball player in the history of the sport, white, and she's coming to Indiana, I think if there's one franchise that could use her to sell their arenas out, it's Indiana, just because of how Indiana's wired. Indiana automatically wants to go to basketball. It's indoctrinated to them. So, I mean, she goes to any other franchise, she potentially might not be able. I mean, listen, if I lived in Indy, I'd buy season tickets to go see her. I really would. I like good basketball. I like I like bitches that take 3 steps past the half court line and fire it up.
No, she does throw rockets from BFE, but it's.
We'll see.
Here's the thing. In Indiana, there's nothing going on but basketball, whereas in LA, there's 400,000 things going on besides basketball, which is one of the reasons I think that sports franchises like NFL teams in LA have often left, because it's hard to maintain a fan base. Everyone's so distracted by showbiz and themselves and everything else going on in that area. So I thought Brittany Griner was supposed to be like the savior for the WNBA. And what are they going to do, Bubba, when if the WNBA, let's just take this a step further. Let's say you're right. Let's say over the next 2 years, the WNBA starts really growing in popularity, and it's getting the TV contracts it didn't have before, and people actually start watching it and following it, and these rivals start percolating and growing. What about when the trans athletes just crash into the WNBA because now there's money there? Because as soon as there's money there, you're going to see a bunch of trans athletes going there.
But the WNBA is not going to allow it.
How can you say that?
What do you mean, how can I say that?
How can you say that?
I mean, how can I say that?
They definitely allow it. They probably are allowing it now.
They do.
No.
There's already one WNBA player that's
okay,
transgender.
Bubba, you're wrong then. I'm not trying to be confrontational with you. I'm just saying that if there's money and popularity, and there's going to be a wave of transgender males to female athletes that are going to want to participate in it. And then what are you going to do when Caitlin goes against a 6'4" transgender center that smashes her into the ground?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, you're just
happening.
Hold on, you're building your dickness around a story that's not going to happen.
Well,
So let it
except
go.
it's already happened.
Let it go. Just let it
No, Lemmy, stop.
Rhett, for real. Like the story that Dan, help me out here.
Oh.
The story that Dan builds right now, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen that Caitlin Clark's going to get smashed by a 6'10" transgender person. It's not going to happen.
You obviously hope not, but Dan does have a point, because it is happening at the younger levels. We've covered stories about it happening at the high school level and somewhat college level.
Caitlin Clark is the one that has legitimized this league, and it's going to be a clown league if they allow the transitioning people into the league. They know it is. They're just not going to allow it.
When it comes to the professional level, when you're talking about the NBA, the NFL, the MLB, I really think the answer at the end of the day is going to be, listen, if there's enough support for these people to want to play these sports professionally, start their own league.
Yeah.
Prove that
You're not
there's
going to
enough
soil.
people who can co-sign with this and make it
You're not
happen.
going to soil our 100, like in the NFL, our 100-year tradition, our 100-year sanctioning body. We're not going to let some freak clown show just destroy our brand.
So do they ban it and
not.
kick do they ban it and kick the one person out?
Yeah.
Who is it? Is it that
Laisha Clarendon?
She's female, and I think she had top surgery, so she removed her breasts. But I think she was born female. Just letting you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know what?
just
The
looked it
reason
up.
she's playing is because some doctor checked the pieces parts on the deal.
Right. I think that's going to be much more
That's
common.
what the headline is. All it says is that the first transgender player.
I don't think.
I see non-binary, blah blah blah, but it looks like she had top surgery.
I don't know about penises and vaginas, but I just did want to comment on Caitlin Clark's effect. Nationally televised game for the Indiana Fever. 36 of their 40 games will be on TV.
That's huge.
Las Vegas, where they are visiting, has already switched arenas to a bigger arena in anticipation of Caitlin Clark's visit. And the WNBA announced that they're looking to expand to, I think, 16 teams. So
She's like the Tiger Woods to golf. I mean, because Tiger Woods made golf popular.
She's the Larry Bird of the NBA, and the other girl is the Magic Johnson. So it perfectly aligns not only
with your metaphor.
No, it perfectly aligns with you have a black superstar and you got a white superstar, and they've competed in college, and they're very equal, and they're now going to play each other in the WNBA.
Clark's way ahead of Angel Reese.
Oh, I would say so, yes, but I'm trying to be, I'm trying to be somewhat fair.
Bubba,
here.
it's not even just Angel Reese. Like, I know that's what the focus is, but I mean, there's a girl 6'4" who could be a model that was drafted number 2 last night, Cameron Brink.
She's pretty.
Yeah, there are very, very good players. And then next year, there's other girls coming, Paige Beckers, like Haley Van Lith. Like, there's going to be a little wave because of how popular
the sports
college basketball is.
Here we go. Here, I'm going to play this.
So what do we do now? I went ahead and scheduled an appointment online at safelight.com.
This is not what I was started.
I mean, this dude could probably ball.
Safe Light Repair.
No, Travis from Semi Auto Glass, bitches.
That's
not
right.
Safe Light. Travis from Semi Auto Glass. That's whatever. All right.
Tonight's WNBA draft is one of the most anticipated in history.
Look how happy she is.
Iowa superstar Caitlin Clark leads an incoming class of players who are taking the game to new heights on and off the court. From record points to record TV ratings, these incredible women are doing it all. CBS's Jan Crawford takes a look.
With the first pick in the 2024 WNBA draft, the Indiana Fever select Caitlin Clark, University of Iowa.
It was like a coronation tonight in Brooklyn. Things
Is that
reaching
her
a
boyfriend or
fever
brother?
pitch.
I don't know, but she looks, she's like Anna. When she tries, she can be cute.
Well, I mean, she's just been balling when most of the time you see
Excitement
her.
over women's basketball continues to scale dizzying heights.
She does need to get some knockers, though. They would. I mean,
She doesn't need
would that
nothing.
throw off her shot, Dan? Possibly could knockers.
It could.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do anything if I was her.
A little different than Iowa? A little, yeah.
As expected, Caitlin Clark
Her legs,
chosen
she
number
cute.
1 overall, following an historic season where she shattered Division I scoring records.
Grady gets denied. Cardoso gobbles it up.
But it was Camila Cardozo and the University of South Carolina who capped their undefeated season with the title. And Cardozo, named the game's most outstanding player, also went high in the draft, along with 2021
She looks great.
a national champion Cameron Brink of Stanford and 2023 champion Angel Reese of LSU.
I mean, you can just see we finally got some really, really good talent. And listen, for the first time in the history of basketball, the final game, the national championship game, the Iowa national, the girls. Did they double the boys, or they beat the boys by like 4 million or something?
I think it was like, they beat them by like 4 million.
More people watch the girls' finals than the boys' finals, and that's the first time that's ever even happened.
But all
Well, it was
season,
the first year they
Clark's
could
been
use the March Madness branding on the women's tournament.
Right.
They haven't been able to do that till this year.
the headline, and now the WNBA is seeking to make the most of it as she helps elevate women's basketball on the court and off.
You make a lot of
By the way, she did a Saturday Night Live skit that we didn't get to yesterday. Maybe they get to
was
right
pretty
here.
funny.
about women's sports.
bad.
Don't you, Michael?
I wouldn't say a lot, but
Over the
That
week,
was horrible. No, it wasn't horrible for Michael or the other. It was just horrible that she just looked like literally she was reading
She's
them
stiff.
off. Well, yeah.
I mean, she's not a comedian.
I know.
I know, but I wanted,
know.
but I wanted her to be that. I wanted her to nail
You wanted her
it.
to do it all?
I wanted her to nail it, Seth. I did.
I know, but it's up to the people that are
Saturday night.
surrounding her to make her funny. So blame it on these dudes.
Giving a shout out to those who paved the way.
Thanks to all the great players like Cheryl Swoops, Lisa Leslie, Cynthia Cooper, the great Dawn Staley, and my basketball hero, Maya Moore. These are the women that kicked down the door so I could walk inside.
You know what? That's awesome. That is so awesome that she said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Now, even before the draft, teams in the WNBA were marketing Clark's games with the Indiana Fever to try to build on that Caitlin effect. And ticket
So, hold on. Yeah, let's hold on.
prices have quadrupled in the resale market. And if you can't get a ticket, 36 of Indiana's 40 regular season games will be on national television. Last year, Nora, ESPN only had one.
Yeah. Now, Lummy, it'd be interesting to see, you know, if what type of how many ticket sales have been for the Indiana Fever. In just 1 hour, Fanatics has completely sold out of Caitlin Clark's Fever jerseys in size extra small, medium, large, XL, and XX. Still a 3X one left. I can get me a 3X
They
one.
might not go that high.
Oh.
No, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm you know, if there was 3X, I bet it'd be sold out.
You see if they, because there's a bunch of dudes like me that.
No, not like you. Nobody's like you.
No, but
there's probably a lot of large men in Indiana that would want to wear a jersey.
You're only 2X, Bubba, right?
No, I'm 3.
He's 3.
Yeah, I'm 3.
The Blue Ridge Mountains beckoning.
Oh,
If so,
trying to get some more Caitlin Clark getting out of her car,
I mean, look,
looking
we're not
so
gonna,
sexy and
we're
stuff.
not going to be sitting down watching every WNBA game, but if there's Cameron Brink.
Oh, that's the girl. That's the girl that went number 2, right?
Yeah.
These are all the women that got drafted, in, as part of the
big
WNBA,
names, yeah.
and the big name ones. And this is them walking, I think, maybe the red carpet or the entrance into the facility with the step and repeat logo in the back.
God damn, she's tall.
That's Angel Reese. Ooh.
Man, I gotta say she looks the hottest.
Yeah, she's hot.
She always has.
She looks great. The Reese chick. Oh, who's that shorty?
I don't know that shorty.
Is it the one from LSU?
I think she was.
Yeah, what about her?
Look at that shorty.
She's literally short. Wow. Nubian queen.
This girl looks like she's a bitch.
Yeah.
Are you done yet? I'm busy.
Yeah, I need to drink some more.
These are all the
bad bitches.
These are all high-profile girls who got drafted by the WNBA last night. We're watching them all. I don't know their names. But a lot of them are
Last couple looked like we were trying out for a Lizzo video.
Oh no. Damn, that was just mean.
That's why Lizzo retired.
You fat shamed her, Dan. You fat shamed Rizzo.
Rizzo.
Right into retirement.
Thank God.
Oh, this poor girl.
Oh.
I don't know, Dan. I think that might hurt your draft stock if you show up in crutches.
Yeah, with your leg immobilized. She's actually pretty.
She's very gorgeous. All right, so that's the WNBA stuff.
Was it orange carpet?
Angel Reese was taken 7th by the Chicago Sky. So, Lummy, I'm thinking now that they're going to be in the same division. Indiana and Chicago, I think, are in the same division.
Oh, that'd be huge.
So they're going to be in the
Play
same.
a lot.
That would have been like, when Larry and Magic went. One was in the Western Conference and one was in the East. They only played each other like 2 or 3 times the entire season. I think Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark might be playing each other
So there's only
once a week.
15 games. They play the other teams multiple times, I guess, huh?
36 games.
There's 40 games.
Yeah, and it looks like there's only one division.
Oh, there's only one
Yeah,
division?
there's only 12 teams.
And 12 teams, so you play the other team 3 or 4 times a season?
All right, so there's how many teams? 8?
12.
12 teams, just one division.
40 games.
40 games. And they say, 34 or 36 of the Indiana Fever games are already slated to be nationally televised?
Yeah, I think that's what they said. It looks like Indiana's opening up another 7,100 seats in the arena.
Oh, they're probably like the Rays where they had the upper deck roped off.
Covered, yeah.
Yeah, and now that the old girl's coming. We're going to get into the Trump stuff coming up next. I know Dan will go probably crazy on the deal. But I just fundamentally think like, okay, let me ask you a question. I thought he settled with Stormy and this other chick for $130,000, and this is so like 2016. This was like a 2016, 2017 problem, and so why is it a problem now? Like if he settled then, and it was okay then, why is it not? Why is it a problem now? I'm just asking you.
You want to answer it now or after the break?
After the break.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Hey, Lummy, do you know if I can print from this computer, or do I need to send it to you?
You should be able to. Check in your printer options. It's the brother.
Okay.
If you can, you can just send it to me.
Hey, I want to do see if we can get Clint Kush going right, like 10, 10. Oh no, we got.
I thought you wanted to wait a few
we got
minutes.
Brandy.
Brandy, yeah.
My bad.
Just you want us to have, we can just get a game plan going for her. I got a couple of ideas.
Career business assist, 62 months. Thank you.
All right, you got some ideas?
I got some ideas. I got some good stuff.
Thank you, Lasso.
What up, Jay Gator?
Were you able to find it, Seth?
Grouper Lips.
Can we set that call up real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
It's not letting me print.
Real quick. Just look at what you got.
Yeah. I'm just trying to print out these TV shows that Brandy Love suggested.
Oh, you said print.
Yeah, so I did.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, just,
yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah, let's see if it. Go to the drop down.
This one?
Yeah. All right, so he has to add it.
Okay.
Just save it as a PDF, and then you can just send it to me.
Save.
Yeah, just shoot it over at any time.
Okay.
Hey, Lummy.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
You didn't happen to get green warning. That's good.
Dude, Lummy's freaking IT out here, man. What up, Dan Wiz?
With the exception of blocks, Larry Bird and the kid from the Spurs averaged the same 21-8 their rookie year.
Oh, Wembanyama had a better year than LeBron. I mean, his rookie year.
LeBron only averaged 19.
Dude, this guy, talk about a guy that surpassed the hype. I remember talking about him when he started the year, and everybody said he was going to flame out. He was too skinny. The guy's unreal. I don't even think he has a ceiling. Lummy, I sent it to your Gmail.
Okay.
No rush.
Why is this taking ungodly way more than it usually does?
Because it's not Zoom, I'm guessing.
Oh.
You probably have to go through some jail site.
That is correct.
What up, Brian? Woo. Yeah, we're going to do Brandy Love at 10:15 all over YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, whatever's working, Twitter. I'll put it up as a podcast later. If you guys want to just go give that a courtesy download, help me out a little bit, that'd be great. I'm donating this interview to the greater good of streaming because people need to see her. So, what up, DDP?
Okay, we're good.
I mean, when's that podcast for that Tampa thing?
Friday, the 19th.
What up, you little rattlesnake, Jay Bowler?
Cool. What's up, Jay Gator?
Man, today's going by fast.
Oh my word. It's already 8:15.
I mean, I didn't want to sit down and watch the WNBA draft, but I did look up the results. That shit flies by the way. That NBA or NFL needs to get up on that. They had the whole thing done in like 2 hours.
It's only like one round though, right?
I think there's 2.
So there's what, 15 teams you said? 14? 12 teams.
Oh, that's why I went so fast.
There's only 24 picks. It's less than one round.
Yeah, I didn't even process. Well, the NFL needs to get rid of some damn teams to speed this shit up then.
3/4 of one round for the NFL.
Oh, they got 3 rounds.
They had 3 rounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a 3, okay.
So it's like 1 round in the NFL.
Thanks, we totted. Yes, Brandy loves today on all streaming platforms.
We totted?
You're listening to the man that is best friends with Deion Sanders, Tony Stewart, and not Hulk Hogan. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
We often think about living a more heart-healthy life, and that means making maybe some huge changes that we can't stick with or stick to. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super B Heart Chews are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle all by itself. They are very much plant-based, and there's no artificial sweeteners or colors. They taste good. You're supposed to eat 2, but sometimes I eat 4. I don't think that really matters. It's just making my heart that much stronger, Lummy. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix. It's all organic. You can double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews. Go and get a free month supply of Super Beet Heart Chews on all bundles. You're also going to get a free full-size bag of
turmeric.
That's valued at $25 with all of your orders by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Get all of this exclusive stuff at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Lummy, we need to probably forewarn. I don't know. I have the phone lines on hold right now. It just seems to be easier that way.
Yeah.
But maybe today or tomorrow, we probably should throw caution to the wind. Not everybody would potentially want to go to this event, but there is an event at the Tampa Theater that is it's Tampa Theater and AEG presents and welcomes the podcast Are You Garbage to the theater's historic stage at 7 o'clock. It's happening this Friday, the 19th. Kevin Ryan and H. Foley bring you a night of Are You Garbage, featuring stand-up comedy and a chance for you to ask garbage questions. Come join or find out if you're trash. So let me, if somebody would want to, are fans of the Are You Garbage podcast, or more importantly, would like to go see it, it sounds like maybe they do their podcast and then they each do stand-up, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I guess it's a pretty big podcast. And so, Anna, are you familiar with it?
No,
you're not. Mm-mm. Oh, okay. Usually, you're familiar with.
Are we having them on, Bubba?
I don't know.
No, as of right now, we didn't have really time
to reach out.
Yeah, or no, to get them on. We had They were trying to come on today or tomorrow, and we kind of had that booked up.
We got Joe Exotica on today.
Exactly.
Please. And Brandy Love.
This show's not garbage, so,
And our show ain't garbage. If that's something you would want to go to, let it be known. Let me, I guess, on chat or I'm not going to, I don't think I should probably open the phone lines. If you want to go to that, it's this Friday. I got free tickets from the Tampa Theater. I'm sure they're great seats. If you'd like to go see it, let it be known. We're monitoring, I think, Lemmy, between all of us, we're monitoring most of, obviously I have YouTube. I think you have Rumble, YouTube, and I think X and Twitch.
Yep.
Seth's all over the road. Seth, where do you tend to lurk the most?
As far as what? Social media where I watch stuff?
No, where you watch the chat of our show.
Oh, YouTube and Rumble.
YouTube and Rumble. Anna, are you the same?
Mostly on Rumble, but I've been dipping into YouTube. They're much nicer there.
They are nice at YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Is this the real Alex Stein that just gave $1.99?
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah! Sorry, Bubba.
Hold on, Alex just texted me. Brandy Love hates me. I'm trying to find an original clip, but this video has got millions of... I guess.
He's got heat with Brandy Love?
I guess.
Oh, my God. Should we get him on the pod?
No. Maybe
to hammer it out, Bubba.
Maybe to hammer it out. Say, hey, Brandy.
Why is she mad at him?
Is it hammerable? He sent me a clip. I'm afraid to open it up right now. I'm gonna have to open it up during the break.
Isn't that cool that he sent $1.99 to the show?
They were on a show together, like a political show.
Sends us something.
Yeah, well, back in the day, like they were on if I get this right, he was kind of a jerk to her on the show.
Imagine that.
Because they were on some kind of political show. I believe that's what it was. He kind of was just saying you were a porn star.
Oh.
It was with like Ann Coulter.
She was on with Ann Coulter. What is this?
And Stein was too.
Brandy Love's a big Republican.
That's
Alex
great.
goes, put me over. I fought her.
Yeah.
Put me over, but I fought her.
Oh man.
I believe he called her a
whore.
A whore.
Oh, you can't be doing that.
I believe so. But
that was just a young Stein,
But what if she self-identifies as such?
I'm gonna send what Alex sent to me. You might be able to send it to me where I could, pull it up on my IM. I sent it to.
Alex
he stepped
Stein,
up.
1999 Super Chat Pimp on a Blimp.
Pimp on a Blimp.
Nice, thanks,
All right,
Alex.
so now, we're gonna have to probably watch it during the next break to see if indeed we could play it.
Yeah, I got this one already. I'll send it to you.
All right. Thanks. I didn't know. I would have never predicted that Brandy Love and Alex Stein would have heat. I would never think that their paths would cross.
Oh,
right?
yeah, it was like it was weird. Yeah, the Gavin guy was on, Ann Coulter. There was just a bunch of people.
I did talk to Alex privately yesterday as I was preparing for this Alyssa Jordana deal. He obviously knows her too, and he was giving me some inside Iggy. And he said he was at the University of South Carolina yesterday. Alex was.
Yeah.
And he says they have this rule where, Seth, where the football team, they usually have like an indoor facility and they have an outdoor facility. But they really keep the grass super nice and mowed and everything. If the football team or the soccer team or whatever, they're not using that grass area for where they practice, like if there happens to be nobody, the girls are allowed to go out and lay out in the sun on the practice field. And he said there are just like hundreds and hundreds of hot South Carolina co-eds in bikinis laying on the practice field.
Oh my God.
He was with what's his name too, so I'm hoping
Dontarius?
Yeah.
He's like got a speaking tour. I mean, he's very popular right now. I think it's the Pimp on the Blimp tour.
I think so. I think he gets like $4 or $5 grand to come in and talk to these young Republicans. I think he does. And then,
and brilliant.
And then any content that he can create thereof.
Did you see Dontarius riding the, what's it called, the luggage? Where you pick up your luggage?
No, I didn't.
He was just riding it back and forth yesterday.
The hush money trial of Donald Trump in New York City has begun. The first big hurdle for prosecutors and defense lawyers will be to pick a jury. And that is no small task given Donald Trump's notoriety in the city and in the country. You're going to be talking about a jury pool that is going to be very familiar with the fact that he was once president.
I mean, I got to tell you, Vordaer, this case is won with jury selection. I mean, right? I mean, you got to find the right cross-section of New Yorkers, and it's going to be such a strategy to get somebody that doesn't hate him, and have to protect them, because what do you get? Each side gets 2 or 3 strikes, and so it gets to be very gamemanshiply, does it not? Be like, okay, I'll protect this one because the one I know that they like, I think I can flip. I mean, there's also lawyers are having those conversations as they're doing voir dire, and so don't think that. I mean, how this jury is selected, the makeup of this jury makes or breaks this. This case will be won there, I think,
in the trial court. But it will be won by Trump ultimately, because the law is on his side. Because he has an absolute defense.
And with the fact that he is running again in 2024. In order to weed out potential biases, we're going to see jurors over the next several days brought into the courtroom.
I wonder how
many. It's going to take weeks.
I was going to say, I wonder how many thousands of people that live in New York that would qualify for. I mean, I would love to see the jury selection questions.
Well, interestingly, the judge actually did something that was actually very fair for Trump. And because of the potential gross bias against him of the jury pool, they are allowing the lawyers to question the jurors individually, which is a very unusual thing. Usually you question a group at a time and you don't question them individually, but he's allowing every juror to be individually questioned, which is good for Trump, but also is going to bog down the trial and slow it down even further. So this could take literally, it could take 3-4 weeks to get all these jurors.
Well, they had a pool of 96, and 50 have already been
and they'll be through another pool in a day.
Jay just texted me and said, "Put the brakes on the voir dire. I need to come in and walk you through that process," which I would agree.
That's fine. But here's the reason that Trump's going to win. Just the reason the
reason that
vice presidential candidate Edwards won when he got accused of this. There's an absolute defense.
I don't know.
I'm trying to save my marriage.
I don't know that Edwards wrote a check.
He did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He was accused of the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. The exact same thing. He won because of the absolute defenses. I was trying to save my marriage.
Was it in New York where you're hated? Or was it in his state of Massachusetts?
It's a federal crime. It's a federal charge.
Well, okay, where was it?
It'll be federally reviewed.
Where was the John Kerry? Is that his name, John Kerry?
John Edwards.
John Edwards. Where was his trial?
I don't know.
This trial being in the most liberal of states, where the forefathers and the leaders of this state, the prosecuting attorneys of the state, the judges of this state have made it difficult every which way but loose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have just absolutely killed him.
Mm-hmm.
When he was in Atlanta, it was a little bit more fair, but he's just getting hammered in New York. And so that has a lot to do with if the judge is even going to allow that. I mean, the judge may not even allow that. You know how crooked this whole thing is.
John Edwards was North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina, more Carolina. I'm just saying, if Trump was in North Carolina, he'd be like a cruise missile going right through here, buddy. And what flew for him in North Carolina ain't going to fly for Donald in New York. I promise you that.
How do you get a jury? I mean, don't you have to find somebody that's almost never even heard of Donald Trump?
Yeah. They're going to have to find somebody that's not tainted by the news you've already heard. When Jay gets here, I'm sure that he would say, as you're drawing up your list of questions for the jury, by the way, both sides have to agree on this. And what do
you think? It's a bunch of those rabbis that were hiding underneath the buildings in New York. They're one of those guys.
But I think one of the questions going to be have you already formed an opinion about Donald Trump from all the news media that you've consumed? Have you already formed an opinion?
Isn't it easy to lie?
Well, yes. I mean, I guess. I mean,
right? Just be like, no, and then
I mean, yeah.
Jay's here, and he looks like he's got something to say.
Jay, your microphone is up. And I think you probably would agree with me. Voir dire is absolutely everything in this case.
No doubt about it.
And is your first question, have you been tainted or been given a bunch of information about this man on trial that would enable you to be able to give him a fair shake, or have you already predetermined through other cases or this one where he stands?
Absolutely. There's already been a questionnaire, 48 questions that have been given out to all the prospective jurors, and that is one of the questions. Do you know of this case? Do you know of this person? Do you have an opinion for or against them? And then here's the question, and you know it. Can you be fair and impartial despite all these things? And so Bubba and I have been through a very, very intense jury selection process, which took a couple days. And we were up against the most formidable jury consultant in Tampa, Harvey Moore. And I got to put Babyface over for a second because Bubba will remember this. It was incredible what we did. Harvey Moore had a sheet of paper out on a table that was about 25 by 25 inches with all these pictures and circles and all these things and diagrams. And Brian Matrone came in with a 3-ring binder for all of us that had each prospective juror with a photograph, with their social media imprint, with an idea of who they were, who they liked, where they worked, if it was a Catholic church, if it was a public school, if they were into religion, if they were into country music. We were dealing with a First Amendment case, and so we were so into the weeds. It was unbelievable.
We didn't have the budget to hire one of these big fancy jury consultants because we didn't need it.
We didn't need it.
But
we did do a mock trial.
But they did. They hired, the infamous Harvey Moore.
They sure did.
And I've been, he
worked for us.
He consulted us. He consulted us on the hog deal. So we saw them over there with him. They're like, oh, okay, whatever. Brian Matrone walks in and smokes any type of data he may or may have not had, and a little 3-ring binder
all of us.
For all of us, every one of us, and we're like we were like, they're going to want this guy. We're like, okay, you know what? We won't strike him. We'll let him have him because we already know that he,
So like Trump, Bubba, you have a very polarizing personality, and to try to find a juror that had never heard of you or the Bubba the Love Sponge show or the controversy or the pig or the whatever, it was a very difficult process. And so what we had to find, if you remember, is we would look at them and we would say, can you assure us that despite whatever it was, you can be fair and impartial, and that you can put your emotions aside, and that you can render your verdict on the facts and the law? And that was really intense. You remember in closing argument, I looked at them face to face. You assured me when we picked you that you could do this. And so this is that same type of intense moment, but it's going to be everything that you dealt with times 100.
Yeah.
And here they're in a jurisdiction, here you're loved.
Yeah, kind
12% of New York voted for Donald Trump.
Wow, he's so hated.
88% of the prospective jurors hate him.
Right. That makes it even harder.
Yes.
You're right, Anna. This is where the lying comes. They're like, they're going to lie. They're like, oh, yeah, I can give him a fair trial.
Isn't that what happened with the OJ jurors?
Yep.
Yeah, we can be fair and impartial, and they're just like, we're going to vote not guilty no matter what.
They want
a jury of 12 plus 6 alternates. One of the things that's really notable is that the jurors will not be asked about their political allegiances, whether they're a Democrat, whether they're a Republican.
First of all, it's hard to find a Republican in Manhattan.
Right.
I mean,
you don't need to ask that question.
You don't have to ask that question. You pretty much know you're working with about a 90-10 deal.
But they will be asked a series of questions that are designed to determine whether they have any biases, either for or against Donald Trump, that might call into question their neutrality.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's so easy.
Today's day one, and then did you see where Trump asked the judge if he could be dismissed today because his son is graduating from the business school?
Thought it was high school.
He's just graduating high school. He made his high school graduation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's 6'7".
Yes.
All right. So his son is graduating high school today.
I think so.
And he wanted
Barron.
Yeah,
yes.
Barron. Yeah, and he wanted to go see his son graduate high school, as most of us fathers would.
And most judges would allow.
Yes, they would.
This judge said, nope, can't do it.
He's got 4 other trials. He's running for president, and he can't give him a day off for his son's graduation.
They didn't give him a day off for his wife's mom's funeral.
I know, it's
Do you
shameful.
want to begin tonight? with the first criminal prosecution of a former president of the United States. The so-called hush money trial of Donald Trump is underway, with nearly 100 potential jurors being questioned on the first day. None were picked today. Jury selection could take up to 2 weeks. Trump is facing 34 felony counts for falsifying business records in order to hide an alleged affair with former porn star Stormy Daniels. As he left court, a clearly angry Trump lashed out at the judge, who said he's expected to be there every day, and this trial could last 8 weeks. CBS's Robert Costa starts us off tonight.
A history-making moment in Lower Manhattan this morning.
Very honored to be here.
All right, can I ask just one stupid question?
Yes.
What's the crime?
Okay, so this is what they're alleging. That in New York, there is a law which prevents falsifying records. It's a 2-year statute of limitations. It's a misdemeanor. But they're trying to bootstrap onto...
Repeat that, Jay.
Okay. New York has a 2-year statute of limitations on these types of cases.
Which are?
Fraud. Records fraud.
And are they felonies or misdemeanors?
Misdemeanors.
Okay, so it's a 2-year statute of limitation misdemeanor. This is what the crime is.
Okay, then they've bootstrapped that onto a federal elections crime, which is the 4-year statute of limitations, and there's never been a state court that's tried to do it. And the federal election one is like the John Edwards one. They're alleging that Trump used campaign finances to pay the hush money payments. Now, in the John Edwards case, you may remember, he was having an affair while his wife was dying of cancer.
Oof.
He had a baby with the woman. He was using campaign funds to pay her off and to keep it quiet. And he said, I did it to preserve my family, and he was found not guilty. Now, the difference is Trump has never admitted to any of it. He's never admitted to the affair. He's never admitted to anything. But he could simply say, of course it was done to protect my marriage and not anything to do with the campaign. But here's the most important thing, Bubba.
Do you think anybody's
He didn't
telling
use
him that?
campaign funds.
But do you
He
think
used his own money.
Do you think anybody's telling him use the Edwards gimmick? Do you think?
I hope someone's telling him that in the back of his mind. I mean, someone's got to be giving him that advice, because that's why under the federal elections crime, the feds didn't prosecute him. They investigated him. As soon as this happened, he was on federal investigation for Russia, for this, for everything, and they found nothing.
Can I ask you another dumb question?
Sure.
Didn't he use his own money to fund his campaign?
Yes.
So.
But not the same. He didn't take money from campaign funds and transfer it into his own account to do it.
Because most of the campaign, at least according to him, I don't know if this is true, was funded by him because he was a billionaire.
Right? And a lot of other people too.
Sure, okay.
When I ran for sheriff, I paid myself $5,000. Yeah, I made a $5,000 donation when I ran for sheriff myself to my campaign.
An honest point is,
and it's not illegal.
It's a good point. He did fund part of his campaign, but he didn't fund all of it. There were many of people that gave contributions. So he never took campaign funds to do this. He had his own personal money.
Sure.
No one else has that type of personal money. And so one of the problems with this lawfare is not only is he spending 8 weeks in court, all the money that he would normally spend, not just the time, the opportunity cost, the goodwill, the money that he would spend.
I mean, this is $1 million plus legal bill.
Oh, my God. This week.
Again, yeah.
This week.
This is a multi-million-dollar legal bill.
He's got tens of millions of dollars of defense costs in all these cases. It's ridiculous.
And that's what they're trying to do.
Yes.
That's what they did to me.
Sidetrack his money, sidetrack his time.
Get the bad guy locked up in federal court, and you have to hire federal attorneys. And in New York, they're probably $2,000 or $3,000 an hour. For real.
And like you, Bubba, I bet you he could be a game dayer, and he could go on the stand and he could do a limited testimony. I don't think in D.C., but in Georgia, in Florida, I think he have a chance with a jury believing him.
I do too.
Donald Trump had his rights read to him by New York Judge Juan Merchan, acknowledging he understood and officially became the first former president ever to stand criminal trial. During the proceedings, Trump appeared irritated at times and bored at others, even appearing to nod off at one point, later perking up when jury selection began, turning to face potential jurors as they filed into the courtroom. The juror questionnaire posed 42
Now, is Stormy going to be there?
Yes.
questions, including if
And I'll
they've
ask you
ever
something after
attended
this. May I?
a Trump rally, or if they follow the former president on social media. More than half of the 96
These are questions that they're asking the jurors.
Yeah, the 42
prospective
questions.
jurors questioned today were excused, many after saying they could not be fair and impartial.
This is going to be a difficult task because there is virtually no one who has no opinion about Donald Trump.
She's right.
Whether you voted for him or you voted against him, you still have an opinion about the criminal case against him.
And you should be able to ask
Trump
that question. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Yes or no? Why can't you ask that question?
You can't ask if you're a Biden supporter.
You can't ask that. And then, here's one of the things about this whole confidential. He's been hushed. He's been muzzled, like they tried to do to you. Do you think it's fair that he can't comment on Stormy Daniels and he can't comment on Cohen? He's not allowed to say Cohen is a scumbag. He used to work for me. He's a turncoat. He's a disgruntled former employee. He's an admitted liar. He can't comment on the two witnesses who are against him at all right now. Is that fair?
But I can't really say it on the air. I'll have to text you. But there's a person that everybody keeps leaving out.
I know.
And you know who it is.
I do. But I just can't believe.
Is it Riz Roger Stizone?
No, it's Keith Davidson.
Yep.
Everybody.
I thought it was gonna be Bubba Sparks.
Everybody keeps leaving Keith Davidson out of the deal when Keith Davidson was originally Stormy's very first attorney that she fired to hire Avenatti, who is currently in prison right now. But Keith Davidson was her first attorney. Keith Davidson is the guy that cut the shady deal with Cohen for the feds to be able to get into Cohen's computer. That's where everybody is missing it, including the CBS Evening News. Everybody is missing that.
So think of the cast of characters. You got Avenatti, Stormy Daniels, and Cohen, probably the three least credible people in the world, and Trump can't comment on them in public on the election trail.
But what I don't understand, it's just like Keith Davidson, who brokered the Hogan sex tape.
You think they'd know that?
Where the news, you need to go one more prequel step.
Isn't this follow the money?
One more prequel step, and that is who provided all the information to the feds from Michael Cohen? Who got Michael Cohen's information? The feds went to Michael Cohen. He told them to pack sand. I got presidential privilege and I got attorney-client privilege. And then when they went to go to his computer, and then so they're like, we got to get into Cohen's computer to be able to get all this stuff. They got into Cohen's computer, all right.
I sent you a list of what CBS put as the key players, and it looks like he's on there.
Keith Davidson?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Maybe somebody will put that together. Hold on here. Right here. Is this it?
Yeah, if you scroll down, you just see the names.
Does it say why he's a key player?
There's a small brief little.
Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, Keith Davidson. Davidson was Daniels' attorney in 2016. He twice approached executives of the National Enquirer about clients he claimed to have had affairs with Trump and secured payments in exchange for the rights of their stories.
That's accurate.
So it is.
That's just like you said.
Boom. So hold on now. He brokered with Michael Cohen these deals. Michael Cohen didn't give the feds, just come on in here, my law firm, and grab whatever you want. Yeah. No, he told him to pack sand, get the hell out of here.
Attorney-client privilege.
So the feds went to Keith Davidson, and they said, hey, Keith Davidson, remember that little sex tape? Uh-huh. We still got 3 or 4 more years. It could be a problem for you on the statute of limitations, Willie. You better give us all the correspondence that you had with Michael Cohen so that we know how this all went down, or you're going to go to prison in Tampa for the Hogan sex tape. Nobody's putting that together.
God, you think you could cross-examine? You should be able to cross-examine him on the stand for his motivation in giving up the emails.
Yeah, I'd be like, who came to you, and why did you just willy-nilly give all these documents to the feds? Is it because you're a cooperating witness?
Right.
Is it because I have documents that state Hogan sex tape sting and the San Perro. If you go back and read those documents, Keith Davidson now has been redacted from all those documents and identified as a cooperating witness.
Has he really?
Yes.
Whoa.
If you go back and trust me, I'm living this
It
life.
gets deeper.
You know that. You know I'm living.
Deep.
You know I'm living this. I'm living this information. If you go back and you get the San Pearl Hotel sting transcripts, and they had a court reporter, and they had it wired, and they had David Houston wired, and you go back and look at the transcript, the latest transcripts of that sting operation, Keith Davidson's name, and it was just Keith Davidson and Lori Burbidge that represented the tape,
right.
And it was Hulk Hogan and David Houston. So there's only 4 people, and Keith Davidson. There's only 4 people
for sure, factually.
Yeah, there's only 4 people. There's Hulk Hogan. There's David Houston. There's Lori Burbidge representing Spice Boy, and there's Keith Davidson representing Calta or who else wants to shake this down.
Yep.
And they have it on wire. They have a stenographer there and they're all wired up. And there is a report and there is audio.
There's a video somewhere.
And every time Keith Davidson in the report, if you go order the report, every time Keith Davidson is referred to, who was the main and Keith Davidson was the main target of that sting. Like he was the main target. He's the one that accepted Hogan's.
He's brokering what?
A $300,000 sex tape.
Right.
Are you familiar with the Observer, Bubba?
And hold on, and he's now listed. He's and all the affidavits and all the transcripts of how this sting went down. When Keith Davidson is referred to, he's now blacked out, redacted, and listed as cooperating witness. No, I
sent you the article. It's an article
today
on
this becomes
insane backstory behind the lawyer who shook down Donald Trump and Hulk Hogan.
Today this becomes relevant for you, Bubba. When his name was mentioned in that article, this all becomes relevant now again. This is a current event. This relates directly to his credibility or his lack of credibility. This relates directly to whether or not, as a witness on the stand, he should be believed, he should be impeached, he should be able to have these things brought up about him in front of that jury so they could see why this person was motivated to do what they did. That's the basis of the law.
Let me go into words because I want to read this privately, and then we'll come back with this, okay?
Sounds good.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Isn't it interesting how benign they mentioned him in that article? Oh, he brokered some other deals with people. Yeah, well, who and what? Did you see his little paragraph was one sentence or so? The rest of the people were like full paragraphs. Are those redacted documents available, Bubba?
I think so.
Oh no, but that's just an ad.
Oh.
It just is a full page article. Happy Jasper 3 months. Thank you. PayPal.
What's that bill when you get done tipping them? Because I just started Ubering. I have my kids Ubering for me the last 2 years, and now I do it, and I can't stand it. It makes me so mad.
Well, it's there's a fee of $2. Then if you want to be priority, it's another $4, and if you do it tip, it's another $5 or $6.
Well,
So it ends up being like $10
20% of a $60 meal is $12. All of a sudden, you're 82. I mean, it's for 4 cheeseburgers, and you're $85.
No one tips 20% on the entire Uber bill.
It's what they force you to. It starts at 20.
Custom tip. Give them 10% of the
Yeah,
entire
Candle,
bill.
well, Candle does that, and then they don't pick up your order.
The fuck they don't.
What they do?
They mine. You gotta measure it right. You know.
Yours, they get 10% and an ass harassing.
They don't show up right. Yeah. I pay extra for priority, so they get here fast. I pay the extra $3.99, so they don't have like cold food. I haven't messed with an Uber driver since that one day.
What's up, Kabuki Jones?
No, it's hilarious. He went ape shit.
He did.
She was in the neighborhood for 15 minutes.
It's good.
Fucking around. Supposed to be a priority delivery. Paid extra.
Do you think maybe she had some limitations?
It's a fucking phone. You follow the arrow.
I mean,
How
like
fucking
genetically.
I think they all have
They make license plates.
Most of them seems like a language barrier, to be honest.
Okay, well, make license plates in Mexico.
Was she Asian?
Okay, then make them in North Korea.
Oh shit. Make cars, but can't drive them.
She should be a photographer. Zolt 71. What's up? Barry. What's up, Kabuki Jones?
So what if Hulk Hogan banged his wife? And that's bad? You would have too if your best friend was the greatest wrestler of all time. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
That was a little stiff.
Yeah, it was.
Damn.
Matroni write that one?
Maybe.
No.
I actually, I looked at this Observer letter, and oh my God, it is completely. Although it's from 2018, and they don't have the aspect of Keith Davidson actually turning FBI witness. That happened a little bit down the line, and that's the latest. And that's why that's why. I mean, I don't know if I can get. I mean, we somehow need to get word to Trump by saying that's why you're in this. That's why you're in this conundrum. Is because Michael Cohen didn't want to cooperate with the FBI. The FBI could not get into his computer through whatever means they were trying to. But they were able to get a hold of the guy that you cut the deal with, and he showed him every correspondence that you and him had.
And wouldn't it be interesting to see if there was an actual written deal? Like, if someone had actually been convicted of a crime and they agreed to be a cooperating witness and they got a reduction in time or something, there'd be an agreement. But this was all...
Well, no, hold on. There can't be an agreement when you never pressed charges.
Right.
And so the agreement would be verbally in a room.
Right.
Wink.
Saying, like verbally in a room, not to be written down, saying, hey, Keith, you either give us all of your Cohen information or remember that little dust up we had in Tampa? Do you know, we got it laying on the shelf. We didn't do anything with it. But do you know we have 3 more years to do something with that? Mm-hmm. How would you like for that thing to reappear its ugly head? I don't got to write that down on a piece of paper or send it to your attorney. I'll have that conversation with you in person. We'll be expecting the Cohen files tomorrow by noon. Appreciate you, buddy. Right? Mm-hmm. That's how it happened. That's how it went down. And the only way you can prove it is, the only proof of it is this, and I got it. And that is of the latest, Sand Pearl. If you look at the Sand Pearl sting or the Sand Pearl, gotcha deal, and you go through the transcripts, they now have redacted Keith Davidson prior to cooperating with the feds, where his name was Keith Davidson. Keith Davidson talked to David Houston and assured him that this tape was...
you have the unredacted still?
I think we do.
You should publish that.
And at one time, David Houston and Keith Davidson walked outside the room, but he didn't know that he didn't know that David Houston was wired, and they had a conversation in the hallway, and David Houston says, "Listen, Keith, who's behind these tapes? Like, are the people behind these tapes the one that leaked them to Gawker? Because if they're not, then this tape's everywhere, and it's gonna be like trying to find a needle in a haystack as to who's got copies of this tape." And he goes, "Nope. I assure you, the people that are brokering this tape to you right now are the ones that did leak it to Gawker. Whereas that's not true. The people that leaked it to Gawker was Calta. The people that were trying to shake Hogan down was Spice Boy. 2 different people.
All at the same time?
And the reason why they both had access to that tape is because it was being housed on a Cox server. That's why Cox settled one day before depositions. I mean, I sit here and get down this rabbit hole every time, but today
it becomes relevant.
But for the life of me, my sex tape and the lack of prosecution for my sex tape was played as a pawn in what's going down with Donald Trump right now. And and you know what? Nobody has even thought to look down that rabbit hole. And I don't know that you can prove it.
Wouldn't it be interesting to see what the statute of limitations was
7.
for that tape incident? And
I think it was 7 or 10.
And when he turned state's evidence. If it was inside that window, it's just more circumstantial evidence that proves what you're saying.
Hey, Alexa, what's the federal statute of limitations on extortion? Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning. Man, old girl is offline today.
She doesn't like it.
There she is. There she is.
I'd like to do a quick impression in his honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, here we go. Ready? Hey, Alexa, what is the federal statute of limitations on extortion?
She doesn't like that question.
I don't know that.
Let me bang.
Yeah,
of course you don't.
5 years.
5 years. Hold on now. 5 years.
Yep.
The Sand Pearl it's 5 years from the date of the last occurrence. So the last, the trial and all that was what? 18, 17, 18?
Yeah.
It was well within, call it 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. They had legal standing.
This all became relevant during the election, right before it was like a month before the November election.
Right.
In 2016.
So anyway, it really gets me going.
So that's when they would have started sniffing around in 2016, October.
Yeah.
To try to find out whether they had any evidence on this federal elections crime for the Stormy Daniels payment. And that's when they would have been looking for this information from Cohen, and they would have been looking for this information from Keith Davidson. And so that's when I think the time period would start, right around there. And then the moment he turned state's evidence, the moment he became a witness, that's your window.
And you really ought to try a FOIA request for the FBI and see how much they screw with you. Oh, my God. I mean, they are so corrupt over there, and even giving out information that they, from an investigation that they did that should be
let's say
public
record.
record.
We're huge Leo supporters, but there are always bad apples and bad seeds. And one thing is, the federal government and the state government is allowed to lie to you to get you to do an admission. I think those types of changes in a confession should be taken out. I don't think police should be able to lie to you to get you to confess to something.
You want to begin tonight with the first criminal prosecution of a former president of the United States.
And guess what? Hey, Donald, guess how they got into I can break it down like this. Hey, Donald, guess how the feds got into Cohen's computer? Cohen didn't give it to him. They got in through Keith Davidson's correspondence with him, and the reason why they were able to get Keith Davidson to lay down is because they didn't prosecute him on a big sex tape case, big, extortion deal. And he's extorted everybody. The observer letter that you give me, Lummy.
Yeah.
He brags about, he brags about the people he extorts. He said, I extort just regular men with money who are gay and doesn't want their wives to know that they're gay. And he extorts everybody, Keith Davidson. Jeez. And they had him. The government had him dead to rights. He's extorted Charlie Sheen. He's extorted. Absolutely. Let me.
Why is he never getting in trouble?
Because he cooperated with the feds. Who's the bigger fish? Stupid ass Keith Davidson or Donald Trump?
The biggest fish in the land.
Yeah.
In the sea, maybe?
Let me Google.
There too, maybe.
Google.
The lake in the land.
Hey, Alexa, how many people?
Sorry, Jay.
Hey, Alexa, how many people has Keith Davidson extorted?
I'll never give you that answer.
From Wikipedia.org. Davidson has been sued by 3 individuals alleging extortion. Really? Did that answer your question?
To start.
I saw you use Wikipedia. That has good.
Let me just
resuming Amazon Music.
What?
Hell yeah! Break it down.
Alexa, stop.
Sorry.
Let me, instead of sending them to me, once you blurt them out.
Paris Hilton, Tila Tequila,
Just like it softly.
Charlie Sheen,
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan, Karen McDougal, Stormy Daniels, and Shara Burchard.
He's extorted all those people.
He brokered both the Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels deals?
Hold on. And the Tequila girl.
Tequila.
And Paris Hilton.
And Paris Hilton and Charlie Sheen.
He should be in jail.
He's not in jail because he works at the feds.
You think you
The
can bring that up
so-called
in trial?
hush money trial of Donald Trump is underway, with nearly 100 potential jurors being questioned on the first day. None were picked today. Jury selection.
See, I'm on to something here, guys.
You are.
I really are.
Credibility is never a collateral issue, and if you can find credibility issues, you should be allowed to present anything to a jury to impeach someone's credibility.
You should get Keith Davidson on the stand and say, Keith, I'm going to ask you this question: did you cooperate with the FBI in the gathering of data against the President of the United States, Donald Trump, working through Michael Cohen? And did the federal government offer you to continue your no-pros in Tampa on the Hogan sex tape, or did they tell you if you didn't cooperate, they had 3, however many more years to bring this to trial?
Well, yeah, the only difference is make that a leading question.
Right. Exactly.
Isn't it true?
Not 3 questions.
Isn't it true?
I'm not a lawyer.
You didn't give the evidence to the government until they agreed to not prosecute you for extortion for these other occasions.
Yeah, you're the lawyer. I'm not.
Isn't
You're
this
right.
true?
Exactly. You're right.
Could take up to 2 weeks.
That's why isn't people putting this together?
Maybe they will after today.
Trump is facing 34 felony counts for falsifying business records in order to hide an alleged affair with former porn star Stormy Daniels.
It's a joke.
As he left court, a clearly
Man, I got audio. I got an appearance of her in the studio. Whew.
Angry, Trump lashed out at the judge, who said he's expected to be
Where she wrote it down, remember, Lummy?
Yes.
She wrote it all down. And we're like, you're kidding me. Bubba Sparks was in here.
Bubba, you talked about witnesses every day. You were allowed to talk about whatever you wanted.
every day.
Every single
this
day.
trial
Yeah.
could last 8 weeks. CBS's Robert Costa starts us off.
I used to go on the air and knowing that the jury was driving into work, and I would be telling my side of the story.
Right.
For real. I'd be like, listen, the jury drives from, like, they have to be there by 8, so from, like, 6:50 to like 7:40, and I had it down a beeline that I could get down there really fast. We're just gonna basically lay out our whole case.
And they never muzzled you. They tried to, but I mean, I literally went to court one day, and I remember the judge played an audio of you think you calling him like an ass bucket or something.
I did.
I forget what it was. And he was like, Mr. Diaco, do you think you could prevent him from calling me those names? And I'm like, yes, Your Honor. But I
it's his
think
right to.
other than that,
But it's your right to.
But he never, I mean, listen.
He didn't say
you
I
should be
couldn't.
able to confront your accuser, which are these witnesses. And now the cast of characters gets worse with Keith Davidson.
Yeah.
So Keith Davidson, Cohen, Stormy Daniels, and Avenatti.
God, I wish I
That's
could.
their Mount
wish I
Rushmore
could,
of witnesses.
I got to go into words on me, so I'm not late with Joe Exotic. But I mean, I wish somebody could get to Trump's counsel by saying, "Hey, when Michael Cohen's on the stand, just ask him." Oh, I'm sorry. When Keith Davidson's on the phone, ask him, "Hey, did you cooperate with the local Tampa FBI in becoming a witness, or of a cooperating witness for them, with regards to providing them the correspondence you got through Michael Cohen, in lieu of them not prosecuting you for extortion in the Hulk Hogan versus Gawker deal?"
And this is all based on public records now.
Now, hold on. This isn't even Bubba feeling sorry for himself. This isn't even me feeling sorry for myself.
No conspiracy theory here.
This just goes to show you how bad I get screwed. My sex tape was used as a bargaining chip to get Donald Trump in trouble. For real.
Jeez.
I know you think I'm insane. I know you do, but I'm not. I'm really onto something here. I wish you'd trust me. We probably need to do words so we can get on time.
Yeah.
And we'll get Joe at 9:15.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hi, Daniel.
See you, Bubba.
All right, really?
See you, Dan.
He's on a plane right now, but he did say he says if you just mention it, just see what she thinks of him. He'll clip it and post it on his social media, just like because she blocked him and everything. But she really wants to just say, okay, he says that you can tell her, just bring him up and just say that he was sorry.
Okay, so
He apologized, like, we apologize.
Okay, all right, cool. I was going to ask him to do that on the air, but okay, that's good.
Yeah, and then just see her reaction.
All right,
He said,
there it
we're gonna
is.
post it for the podcast and everything.
I wonder if you would eventually get her on the show. Cool.
But he said, like, he'll promote.
Oh, yeah, good, okay. Well, if she promotes her part, he promotes that part, then we'll do it. So we'll have our million there.
Hopefully she comes out.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her know ahead of time to maybe get the juices flowing.
Okay.
The negative ones.
Oh, stop. I like Joe Exotic. I'm so sleepy. What's up, Elcar Rob? Good to see you in the chat. Trick me. I feel like you're doing well. I've been seeing some cool videos of you on the interwebs. Maybe I should go.
What's up, everybody? To Ned Herbst, almost divorced lawyer. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Seth?
Oh, me, or is there someone in the chat? Oh, good.
No.
I'm good. How's it going?
What up, Steve?
You got any serious business today?
Just have meetings that I don't need to have a hat head on.
Okay. And office meetings?
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Real in-person stuff, which is nice. That's right, Ned. His Zerps. That's what just asked me. I got a real day today. Don't need a hat head.
Well, you're like halfway in between like a casual and a serious day. So
Right, because that means I can take this off and just put on a regular shirt.
Oh, it'll be good to go? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in business casual.
Man, ready for any job at any moment.
Exactly. I've got a change of clothes in my car. What up, Tampa Terry? Sicilian Redneck. How you doing, guys? Double XL. J1. What up, Eric? This is business casual. Ned's his Zerpies.
Las Vegas' biggest hotels and casinos have been paralyzed by ransomware attacks, in which hackers break into a corporate network, encrypt or lock up critical files.
What up, Sally
and
B?
hold them hostage until
Morning, Chip Jones, Mitch. How you doing, buddy?
growing more costly and disruptive
The
every
Brian
day.
Gilson.
Now,
Jay Warren.
researchers fear it's about to get worse with the emergence
I think people listen. We'll see what happens.
young criminal hackers from the U.S., UK, and
Where can you get that shirt? I think Bubba Army.
more troubling.
You still sell these polos, Bubba?
I think so.
Or on your
Bubba Army store.
merch?
Yeah, I think probably Bubba Army merch, guys. What up, Jay Bowler? How you doing? I'll bring that patch in next week. CRCs, what up? Look over here. What up, Bama boy?
When was the last time Joe Exotic got high?
I don't know.
Bubba
Should ask him.
Grass.
I'm gonna ask him.
What
Do you
up,
miss getting
Bubba
high?
Lips? Carlos
I'm just gonna ask him.
Yeah.
I mean, because we get high.
Yeah.
Like we won't like make him feel like he's the odd man out.
No. Has he admitted that he gets high?
I think so.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he does. I mean, I'm just.
I think he got high on shit that we did.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to assume, but he looks like he's fucking.
I mean, we don't want to give weed a bad name.
No, he's into bath
What
salts.
he got high on is not what we're getting high on.
Yeah, he might. They might have bath
This is
salts
an
in
extra
prison.
large. Carlos Clown. My son, I was so proud yesterday. I'm still in an extra large, although they're a little baggy on me now. What's that, Gary?
I think we'll go like an hour on brandy, you think, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, I got a couple.
I understand
You
that.
can't get Stein on.
But that doesn't mean you
on a
still
plane, but
can't
we got a
impeach
Stein
him.
angle.
Okay. And at least maybe a jury would think.
That is.
this
I
guy's
think that we had good stuff ahead of it, but now I really like the Stein stuff.
But I get what you're saying. That would be my
But she
response
apparently
if someone
really
brought
does
it up
not
about
like
it.
him.
For sure.
Like she blocked him all over the place.
What up, Ryan G?
But he's sorry, and that's the key.
Chip Jones. Trying to keep
We're
it
trying to
real,
broker
friend.
We're trying to broker a friendship.
Nothing in it.
Scared
Just
the
wasn't-
shit
Oh,
out
he
of
did?
me.
Oh. Okay, good.
Fuck.
We were gonna ask him if he was getting high.
Weed line package turned to stripes.
Oh, okay. We'll ask him about his tweet then.
That's from 2021.
Well,
Since he's still in prison.
it's probably booming right now.
Oh yeah.
Well, Bubba and I were just talking about like if I was gonna ask him if he misses getting high, and then we were trying to figure out what he smoked, and then
Meth?
probably a little bit of everything.
What up, Organic Jane? How you doing, buddy?
Well, meth.
Some tiger.
Whatever's around.
Tiger penis.
Yes, this is a daily telethon. We gotta keep the lights on somehow. So don't forget, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. All at the BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay, you might need to pick, or maybe I might ask you, pick up the phone today, call a couple of my guys that are working on some stuff, and maybe ask a few questions as to how. Oh, hold on. There's Joe Exotic right there. There he is, right there. Let me. Oh,
nice.
Let me move him over here. Okay, everybody, I'll move him over here so everybody can see him. There's Joe right there. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? Not every day everybody gets a video call from Bubba the Love Sponge,
Well,
man.
now, do they have to blur out everything in the back just so that only we can see you?
Yeah.
The other prisoners probably wouldn't even care. They'd be like, man, Joe, put us on. We want to be famous, bitch. Do they know? Now, are you the most famous dude in the cell block? You know?
I'm pretty much that guy, yeah.
Do they mess with you, or are they cool with you?
They're cool. Everybody's cool.
Yeah, and they know you got a little bit of a grind going on. You're probably on a show every day almost.
Yesterday, 11 of them.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
And just some of them suck too. Like, or some of them just like the Z Morning Zoo, crazy, stupid, vanilla stuff.
Well, a lot of them are just private podcasts. But I don't know if you know John Clay Wolf with the morning show.
No, where's that guy based out of?
Well, he's based out of Dallas, but he's the guy that has that GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear,
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, GiveMeTheVin.com. It's like a website or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
So now, Joe, are you moving out of this facility just to a different place?
I'll be here in Santa Rosa County until the 23rd, and then I go back to Texas.
Where would you prefer?
Well, Texas, you've got a whole rec yard, and you get to go outside, and it's open campus. But, man, the food is better here, and we don't have video visits in federal prisons. So there's kind of both ways got its ups and downs.
Now, Joe, how much more? Like, do you have like a little chart there on when you get out, or like how? And I think you're appealing it a little bit. Like, where do you stand with regard? When do you think you might get out?
Well, I'm on appeal right now to overturn my whole conviction, and the evidence that we have now with everybody admitting to perjury and all that other crap, it looks pretty good. I'm on a motion of 2255 for ineffective assistance to counsel. And I'm on a writ of habeas corpus because the government's holding me when they have the evidence that proves I'm innocent. So all of that should play out by October, November. And, I'm hoping that we have the first protest is here in Pensacola on the 23rd. And it is huge, going to be huge.
Well, like talking about Joe exotic fans that show up at where, in front of the prison, or where are they showing up at?
Bring the cash key.
On the 23rd of this month at the federal courthouse, when I'm there for court, people are coming all the way from Canada, Ohio, Illinois, everywhere. Yeah, to just free Joe Exotic and stop solitary confinement.
Now you know where we live. We live where that real shady fat bitch Carol Baskin. I mean, that's listen. You might not be able to say that, but I'll say that all day. That bitch killed her husband and fed it to the tigers and got away with it. Period.
You know she did. She did. And there's even Tampa news crews coming up here on the 23rd.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, what about Carol Baskin? Like, is she just like? I know that they supposedly we're going to do an investigation on it, but they're never. I mean, like, if you feed somebody to a tiger, I don't think you're ever going to find anything, are you?
Well, as long as they never have probable cause to go in there and dig up that property, they're just never going to find any remains.
And wasn't she in the process of selling it all and getting out of the business or something like that?
Okay, look, man, she will never sell that property. Because there's just too much there, but
it's prime property. Like, you could build a hell of an apartment complex over there.
I don't know. It's pretty much when I was there. It's mostly swamp.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I mean,
now is she still shaking people down for money, or what is she doing?
Well, her big thing is now she closed her place, because of so many people hating on her and everything. So what she done was she pawned all of her big cats off on a place in Arkansas so they can pay to take care of them. And she kept all of her bobcats. So now she's just raising money, millions of dollars to take care of a few bobcats.
And bobcats, you just throw them a couple hot dogs, and that's all they need for a day, right?
Yeah, yeah.
12-pack of hot dogs go a week with those bitches.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Now you being a former Tiger King, like, what does a big full-grown tiger eat in a day?
Well, in the wild, they would normally eat 30, 40 pounds and then not eat for 3 or 4 days because they gorge themselves and they hunt. But since we live in America and the government's got their hands and everything, they only allow 12 pounds a day.
Oh, hold on. So that's isn't that kind of like the tiger wants more than that, doesn't he?
Obviously, yes. Yeah.
But they would regulate, say, listen, you can only give them 12. You can't give them 16. You can't give them 14.
The USDA regulates everything, yes.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, so Joe, you're getting now on the 23rd. Do you get shipped back to Texas?
Somewhere around the 23rd, the week after. Just depends on how the federal marshals has my route scheduled. Because coming down here, I went from Texas to a county jail in Oklahoma to the jail at the airport there in Oklahoma City. I flew to Tampa, then I flew to Jacksonville, then they bussed me to Tallahassee, then they bussed me over here to Pensacola. So it just depends on how much taxpayer money they need to waste.
You travel better than most free people. Right?
Pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
Now, Joe, listen, weed is legal here in Florida, and we like to get high on weed. We're like, right. we're cool. Like, do you miss getting high a little bit?
I don't get high. I only smoked weed once in my life, and it just wasn't for me.
Really?
Nah.
Never.
Did you have a weed line that was going to come out a couple years ago?
Yeah, but the agents and the lawyers all screwed me over on that deal. Yeah, everybody made money except me.
Yeah, Joe Exotic weed, man. Joe Exotic gummies. I mean, please be like a tiger kind of deal,
Yeah, I'm working
get high like a tiger.
I'm working with the same people right now that have Mike Tyson's line. So
right.
We'll see what happens.
The ear bite. He's got the ear biteable deals. Now, can you get weed in prison at all or no?
Oh, hey, and federal prison? Yeah. There's more drugs in federal prison than there is on the street.
Really? No big deal. Now, Joe, when you roll around there, like, do some guys, like, they all probably know who you are. Do they instantaneously, because you're kind of a because you're a celebrity, one of the largest documentaries in the history of the world, are they cool with you, or are they?
I spent in North Carolina when I was fighting cancer. I spent 5 months next to the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski.
What? What was he like?
Cool as fuck. Old, sick, very sick. I've been in an isolation cell for several months with one of the head guys of the Sinaloa cartel. I get along with everybody. Absolutely.
You can start running cartel stuff when you get out.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from that. But
Joe, when they sentenced you, wasn't it like, I know that we're trying to get out, I know that on the appeal and the whole 9 yards, but like, let's say none of that. What is your official? How much time did they give you? I mean, I thought it was way over the top.
If I don't beat this, it won't be until 2036.
Whoa! Oh my God, Joe, doesn't that just really bum you out?
Yeah. Will I make it? Hell, they just diagnosed me with lung cancer now. So.
For what?
Huh?
From smoking?
I smoked for 42 years out in the world, but I just got over prostate cancer. I beat that. Now I've got spots in my left lung.
Now, can you get treated for cancer in prison or no?
I went through cancer treatment in prison for prostate cancer, but I think I'm gonna skip this one.
The lung cancer?
Yeah.
And just say if it takes you down, it does. So be it.
Yeah, if it does, it does. That's God's will.
Now, didn't that Antle guy get in trouble in the Carolinas? Didn't he get busted?
They did. They arrested him, and he went to court and went to trial, and he got a 2-year suspended sentence.
Really? And what was he accused of?
Trafficking, animal abuse, trafficking, and human trafficking.
Now, let me ask you a question, Joe. If a lot of your problems stem from the stuff that they said that you said to Carol Bascom, your threats or whatever.
You know what they used against me in court, Bubba. I had one of the original podcast shows, the internet show. Okay,
way back in the day before anybody was even. You were very primitive, but you were one of the very first like video podcasting shows.
Right, and we ran across some crazy diaper people on Facebook, and they started paying us to do these dares at night, on the show, and It started out with they paid us $500 one night for me and Rinky to wear a diaper during the show. So I'm like, hell, man, we'll raise money doing this for people at this show. So it got kind of out of hand, and we started a show called Joe Gone Wild. And somebody dared us and paid us to have a blow up sex doll and dress it up like Carol.
What's wrong with that?
and Rinky actually ate a Snickers bar out of her butt and then we had her dressed up like Carol, and I pulled my gun out and shot it, and they used that against me in court. That's what they convicted me on.
Now I have a lawyer here with me. Jay, how could they, if you shot a doll that was supposed to be how could they do that?
It's called parody.
It's called parody.
Dude, I had the worst public defenders anybody could ever have, and they wouldn't let me talk about anything about Don Lewis. They wouldn't talk. They just wouldn't let me tell my story.
I mean, that's your First Amendment right to be able to do a skit like that.
Well, we're hoping that'll come out in the new trial, and I'll have an opportunity to.
Now, how about this? Maybe this will come out, even though we're just playing around. Okay, I'll cut that part out. What if you were like, "Hi, I'm Joe Exotic, and I want to say I'm sorry to Carol Baskin."
You know what? I released a video just 2 days ago on my Instagram and my Facebook and my Twitter. Carol did an interview there in Tampa, Florida, just this last week.
Right.
And she said the same thing. Netflix blew our feud way out of proportion because we never met in person, and it just wasn't the way it was. She made money, a ton of money, convincing people that I was an animal abuser. And I made a ton of money convincing my viewers and my people that followed me that she was batshit crazy and she killed Don Lewis.
Right.
And it was a marketing thing, It's just
American
like if you
way.
have,
Yeah.
It's
like pro wrestling. You guys got a good guy and a bad guy. And you got to be hitting each other over the head with all kinds of stuff.
Exactly. So now that we have James and Jeff and Lauren and Alan's cell phones, because they handed over their cell phones trying to make themselves famous, but they forgot to delete everything off the backside of the phone. So John Phillips has 416 phone recordings now of the agents, the federal agents, telling them how to lie under oath. And now we have recorded phone calls from the producers of Netflix paying the witnesses during my trial to keep the story going to make Tiger King.
What?
So they were paying them $5,000 and $10,000 a day, okay, during my trial to keep the narrative going so they could make Netflix, because I didn't film for Netflix. They used all of my footage from when I was filming for my own show.
Yeah, they used all. You didn't actually film for Netflix in an organized setting at all. They just used They used all your B-roll and all of your off of your website, and then they pasted that together to make it look like you really, really hated her. Then they got with her and say, listen, let's spin this guy as a nut job to make you act like you're more afraid. And it was all done in the cutting room floor. It was all done. Right?
I pray to God you're on my jury when I get a new trial.
Did I hear you right? You never met her in person?
He's never met her in person. Never met her.
What? First time I ever seen her was in my trial when she testified.
So maybe Carol would do you a solid and say, hey, listen, you know what? Joe and I had this thing going. It was, the Packers versus the Bears, the good guys versus the bad guys. We were making money.
You know what's funny, Bubba, is last month, and on my website, joeexoticofficial.com, my new website, there's an evidence link there. And she posted 2 videos on her own YouTube channel of the hitman and one of her employees talking about how he lied and he set it all up and how he belongs in prison for what he done. And she herself posted that. Okay, but Howard reached out in an email to one of my people that I talked to, Alex Stein. I don't know if you know.
Oh, yeah, we're very good with Alex Stein. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Howard reached out to Alex Stein just 4 days ago and said, well, Joe needs to just tell the truth so we can put bygones to bygones. And I'm like, Joe, tell the truth. I said, I've admitted for this whole time that I shot 5 tigers. Okay, everything else is bullshit. Now we have the evidence to prove it's bullshit. But if we're going to cleanse our souls, I said, let's take a lie detector test challenge. I'll take a lie detector test about anything on my case if Carol will take a lie detector test about Don Lewis. I don't know why Carol and Howard think that they're these angels of God that have never done anything wrong, and everybody else should tell the truth about shit they've never done.
Now, do you think that Carol would be part of your appeal process, and if she would go to the judge and say, hey, listen, We were good cop, bad cop in it. Pro wrestling. I made him a ton of money of making him be the bad guy. He made a ton of money of making me look like I'm the bad girl. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. And most of this feud that we had was concocted by Netflix in an editing studio.
She has no ability to do anything for my appeal. The appeal is in Denver, Colorado, in front of 3 judges. The 3 judges will look at the new evidence and all the Brady violations that went on with the government, and they'll decide whether or not I get a new trial. If I get a new trial, she'll have her opportunity to testify again. But she's going to have a lot of answers to come up with, and so's Jeff, Lauren, and Alan, and James.
Now, can your attorney subpoena Netflix? I think that's a huge deal as well.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, it's going to be a whole different scenario if I get a new trial. But my lawyers don't think that will ever happen. They think that the government will come and try and swing a deal to keep their conviction. Because they'll never beat me in a new trial because their witnesses have already all admitted to perjury under oath.
So here's the deal: although they won't win, it would take a lot of legal stuff and stuff. And if they came up to you and said, "Hey, Joe, do 6 more months and you're out. 6 more months and you're out, but you're gonna have to keep the conviction, which would be you got to keep that title, but we'll let you out in 6 months." Would you take that deal?
You know what I would do right now if the Department of Justice or the Biden administration would come to me right now and just say, "Hey, look, we want to keep the conviction. We just do time served. Can we commute your sentence to time served right now?" I mean, 6 years, Bubba, of my life, losing my parents, losing my zoo, losing my marriage, everything. I think I've suffered enough. I would take that because.
And here's the deal: because no title that gets affixed to you you're going to be able to make money. It doesn't matter whether you're a registered felon or not. Who cares? You're Joe Exotic, and and once you get out, I know that you're going to learn from your mistakes. But you still got the brand and the likeness, and you could go out there and kill it.
Right, yeah. And I don't do drugs. I don't need to carry a gun. I don't drink. So, all I need to do is be able to go. I've been offered a concert tour. Take that, any kind of movie deal or TV deal, record deal. I could make it on my own, but I just want to go home.
Yeah, 6 years. I never even thought it was that long, but 6 years. How much?
September will be 7.
7 in September.
Yeah.
And how, again, what do you say, 2034, 2036?
We got
2036.
25 seconds left.
Listen, Joe, we got 25 seconds left. Yep. Let's keep in touch and know that I'm friend, not foe, and let me help you however I can, okay, buddy?
Hey, get everybody here on the 23rd because apparently the Trump campaign is going to be here. Congressman Matt Gaetz might be here. This is my first time to show the politicians how the public want me out. So thank everybody for all your support.
Joe, we'll be in touch, okay, my friend?
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Sounds like he got some real crappy attorneys.
Yeah. Wow.
And
public defenders.
Yeah, that just didn't. I mean, Jay, you would never agree to that. You'd be like, first of all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a doll. He has never met this woman in his entire life. He shot a doll that's dressed up like her, and they ate a Hershey bars out of this doll's butt. That's what my guy's guilty of. Now, whatever prison time that is, go ahead and ring him up on that, right?
Well, how's that material to any of the allegations against him? It's clearly done just to impugn his credibility and make people dislike him, like he's going to shoot her. I mean, it's a doll.
I never knew they never saw each other.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
The way the video, the whole Netflix series went, it made it seem like these people were in this ran in the same circles.
It sounds like he got railroaded bad, right?
Bad, yeah. Jeez.
And I don't know how well he presents in front of 3 federal judges.
All I did is shoot 6 cats.
Well. I did is shoot 6 cats. All right, if you shoot 6 cats, I don't know why. I should have asked, but I don't know why he shot them. I think they were deathly ill. I think maybe you can look into that, Lummy.
Yeah.
But maybe that's what the only thing he's guilty of, which is bad. I'm obviously a member of PETA. And
obviously,
it said so. It looks like the 6 animals were they were sick, and they needed to be put down.
And listen, in the
And it was legal in the time in the state of Oklahoma.
Hold on. So what now?
It was legal in the state.
So it was legal in the time at the state of where he lived, Oklahoma.
So like feral pigs.
So, maybe it's not the most politically savvy thing to get caught doing with regards to, shooting 6 tigers, but he's obviously the caretaker of these tigers, and he deems them to be. Maybe he even has a veterinarian that testified that these tigers were sick, and just sometimes you gotta. It's like taking your dog to get put asleep. Sometimes you got to do that.
Sometimes you got to give him the good news.
Sometimes you got to give him the good news and let him move on peacefully.
And you jammed a lot of that 15-minute interview for $15.
Thank you. I was just right off the top of my head too.
Got bang for your buck.
Yeah, we didn't even get into his immigration policy.
Oh,
that's right. I don't think we need to get into any of his policies. I know he's running for president.
He did talk about it on Stein's show.
I wanted to talk about stuff that's could potentially happen, and I think him potentially maybe winning his appeal.
What are you gonna free him, Bubba?
No, I'm not gonna. I don't think I have the ability to free him, but I think I have the ability for people to be a little more up to speed as to what the guy's going through. I mean, I never knew that he never met Carol Baskin, and if they've put charges on you, I think one of the charges against him is like the threatening to kill Carol Baskin. I think that was a charge or something.
And pay to hire too.
What I mean, can you see? Hey Alexa, what was Joe Exotic convicted of?
Joe Exotic is the stage name of Joseph Maldonado, a former American zookeeper and media personality. He was the owner of the Greater Wynwood Exotic Animal Park in Oklahoma, which he operated from 1999 to 2018. Joe Exotic is known for his involvement in various controversial practices related to tiger breeding and his feud with animal rights activist Carol Baskin.
So he was found guilty of 2 counts of hiring someone to murder Carol Baskin, 8 counts of violating the Lacey Act, and 9 counts of violating the Endangered Species Act.
What's the Lacey Act?
Falsifying wildlife records.
Oh my God.
That's how they get all those charges against him.
He didn't. Again, I think he had the Keystone Cops as his attorney.
He was running loose out there in Oklahoma.
He was.
Yeah.
It looks like they arrested him. He moved to Florida and was working as a dishwasher in Peg Leg Pete's in Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach.
Man, this was the worst thing that COVID did to us, was brought us Joe Exotic's story, because I know it entertained everybody while we were stuck inside, but now
it wasn't worthy of it wasn't worthy of being
sweeping the nation,
Yellowstone or anything like that.
Right, but that's what it turned out to be.
It ended up being one of the biggest documentaries of all time because we couldn't do anything else.
Now I'm feeling all sorry for Joe Exotic, and his marriage is falling apart, and I know that he
needs a boyfriend.
He needs a boyfriend.
I couldn't watch it. I honestly couldn't watch it.
Really?
Oh,
no,
did you start Suits?
Well, I did. I watched 3 episodes last night.
Oh, no, for real?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
How hot is Meghan Markle?
Okay.
Not that hot.
Okay.
How hot is Harvey Specter?
No. Hold on.
Hot.
How about Donna?
I like them all. I think the cast of characters is pretty good. There's some kind of cheesy stuff, which is why I don't normally
There's
watch.
a little bit of cheese when they go back and forth on the movie stuff. That's a little cheese and a little campy. But you can see that Lewis Litt. You can see them.
There's definitely that personality in my first job. There is a Lewis Litt in every firm.
Right.
There's no doubt, and there's a
now. How about the swag that Harvey Specter has?
I love him.
Does he not have he's kind of a crossbreed between you and Dan.
Yeah,
kinda.
He reminds me of Rob Adams and me, kind of combined, because Rob Adams oftentimes had that kind of aloof. Of course, I'm better than you. I was a little less than that, but super well prepared, But there's certain people I know that have that attitude.
Now, are they factually correct in the law that they're practicing, or when they have a brief here? Or,
no, absolutely not.
They're not.
It's
a
funny drama. It's interesting.
It's a silly show, would you say?
Yeah, well, in the 3rd episode where, the judge was going to extort him for allegedly sleeping with his wife, and he went and had a chambers meeting behind the hearing when he got his ass handed to him. I mean, that does not happen. You were with me when I got my ass handed to me 20 times with Judge Arnold. I never went to his chambers afterwards and said, Judge, let's talk.
So let me ask you this.
Right? Does that ever happen?
No.
No.
Are you going to continue watching it?
I don't think so. I think he's
done after 3.
I think he's done.
No, I think I will.
You think so?
I think I will.
Because you like it or you're just trying to appease Bubba?
Is it not amazing, though, how smart Mike Ross is, though?
I find that character super interesting. I do. I like the drama of him. It's kind of like that Bitcoin show we saw. I watched the whole thing on that Bitcoin show. What was that show called?
Oh, I forget. It was from Miami.
Startup.
Anna was in
Startup.
Oh, Startup was great.
And I really enjoyed that show. So I think that this show's got some elements that will definitely be more entertaining than like Fox News or CNN or Discovery. You know what I mean? I'll definitely watch it.
What about the head of the firm, the African-American lady? Is she not
Smart,
straight money?
confident, beautiful.
Doesn't put up with no crap.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They're all manipulative and self-interested, and that's sort of true when you work in those types of firms. So, I did work in a big firm before.
Have you ever had a secretary that was so thorough that knew your next move, much like the way Donna does Harvey? Or is that just all Hollywood?
Absolutely.
You have?
Absolutely.
So there is, secretaries that know their lawyer that they work for so well that, like, they already have a hearing canceled before you were trying to cancel it.
Yep.
So I love her character. I love her character. You're not big on the Meghan Markle deal?
Not really. I think her character, I think the acting is kind of subpar.
Have you seen her dad yet?
I have not.
Oh.
But,
Like her real
this is
dad,
how
or-
long ago? 10 years ago?
Yeah, this is 10.
I don't think,
It may not stand up by today's.
She's a pretty woman, but I just don't see leaving the royal family for her.
Well, this is all.
She's not that hot.
This is all.
I wouldn't leave the Diacos for her.
This is Harry must have been a big Suits fan when he hooked up with her.
I guess so.
For real.
That was her heyday.
That's definitely her heyday.
Would you want to start a Suits podcast, Bubba?
No, I would not.
Are you sure?
Seth, shut up.
Well, I'm just asking.
Hit him.
I want to. What?
Huh?
I want to
hit him. She said hit him. What a bitch. Hit him. She just wants violence.
I want to play towards your
We started
interests.
arguing. She's like, hit him.
There's nothing you love more than Suits. You're breaking this down like it's Game of Thrones, and I just feel like you have so much in you.
Bubba, there is a
show?
Suits with the stars, Patrick Adams and Sarah. They just started their own podcast talking about the TV show.
Oh, we got to get you on there.
Yeah, let's get them on too.
No. Let just show me the name of the podcast and where
Suits?
I can go download it.
Okay.
After Joe Exotic will have a podcast.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Got over 70 shows on here, Bubba, and Suits is not one of them.
No.
She's missing out.
Well, you've never watched Suits in your life. And you're lucky Bubba hasn't even asked you about to watch it.
I watched the trailer.
You'll never get that 2 minutes back. See, I thought it was like Mad Men, where it was going to be situated in like the 50s, but it's contemporary, so it's more interesting. I think it's entertaining for sure.
Yeah, but do you want to open this package next?
Hell yeah, he does. You want me to open it for you, baby?
Yeah, then we can get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Sweet.
We're not going anywhere, big boy.
Big
We gotta talk.
Cancel?
No. I said we're not going anywhere.
Oh.
We got a
I
podcast.
know you have all my prep.
I got stuff, baby.
Okay.
You got a little post-it note there to write stuff down?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We'll talk about it after the show.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll get her in here quickly too.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be here. I think she'll be here at 10. So we'll just talk for a couple minutes and...
Before then, just put her in the green room.
Okay.
The makeshift green room.
Is Lumi in here?
You who?
Lumi?
Yes. Is that what 2 O's?
Are you going to handle Brandy Love?
Did you crack it up?
She said she needs a...
Macho Man.
Couldn't get a pop. Yeah, I couldn't get him. I got it earlier today.
Yeah. You didn't have that look of satisfaction on
No,
your face.
I didn't get the release that I was looking
Yeah,
for.
that's always the best when you get it.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll watch Suits for $50. But then I could talk to you about it.
You'd make fun of it, buddy.
No, man, it sounds good. A lot of shows on the USA Network are like, a lot of people talk about them, man.
This is Netflix, not USA.
Well, no, I think it was on.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think back in the day.
That's how old it is?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're right, Seth. It was USA.
Oh my god.
I just want to get closer to you, Sponjo.
Yeah, the USA Network.
There's a couple characters on the show you'd like. I think he'd like the main character.
I've just honestly never heard anybody work that show before.
Yeah, I don't think you like Harvey Specter. I think you like Michael, whatever his name is.
He like Louis Lips.
He's a great character.
Oh, you know what? You hate him, but he's a great actor.
When the character makes you hate him so badly, he's a great actor. When he's in the gym and he takes off his clothes, it's so creepy.
Is it really good or not?
No, he tries to be like the tennis pro, and he's like that old, fat, 50-year-old guy, and so he's got the youngest.
Bubba Nation said we should put Brandy Love in the back and show her the
takes off his
goats.
towel, and he's like, so.
Could you imagine
that's
that was
what
the
we're
green
talking about.
room?
He walks with it's nuts.
Just buy her makeshift Jiffy Lube and fucking goat farm.
Who wants to go to the
Isn't that just
gym
like your
with
law firm?
I never had any shower time with any of my superiors. We never went to the showers.
Oh.
That was where it was a hard no for me at all times.
Okay. Damn.
Oh shit.
What did you break? What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, Lummox, do you have an ink pen over there?
Yeah. Would you like me to toss it up?
Chuck it up, baby.
Check it up, check it up. Check it up below.
Boom! Thank you.
You can keep that.
You said keep it?
Yeah, I have another one. So that doesn't work. So Steve, you grumpy old man.
So I wanted to show you, if I could find it. It's on Timcast. You know that guy?
Oh, hell yeah.
So he had this thing the other day about the difference in the way our generation is aging versus like the Cheers generation. Look at what Cheers look like.
Oh, I did see something.
Did you see? He was 27. Kelsey Grammer. You gotta send that to Bubba because that is mind-boggling.
Did they play those ages or they were those
That's
ages?
their actual ages. They were just playing. He was playing Mailman, and this guy was playing
35.
Right.
That ain't
35.
right.
And look at Rhea Perlman's like 34.
Damn, dude.
But look at that. Did you see that? There was the Timcast thing, and he was going through a millennial posted something about why millennials have aged better than. Look at that. That's how old Ted Danson was. How old is Ted Danson? Ted Danson's only 35. Woody Harrelson 21. Christy Alley 31.
What's up,
Look
everybody?
at 27 for Kelsey Grammer.
Every time you say Kelsey Grammer, I just think country grammar, and then it makes me want to shoot my ass.
I got this whole thing with Brady Love produced. Probably looking more of like a 45-minute.
I could when I saw it.
It's good for you, buddy.
That's good for me. I got to do a fucking pigmentation today.
Power Pig McGillicuddy, say it.
I got to fucking do a McGillicuddy.
What's up, the Tim Anglin? How you doing, buddy?
I got to pump some PSIs into my tire.
I think we watch a lot of those things.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of crossover there.
Where do you consume? I don't do any X. I
No,
pretty much
YouTube.
consume YouTube.
Same. Been listening to Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro,
Yep.
Candace Owens lately.
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Seth and I will have Brandy Love, one of the milfiest MILFs, I think, in the entire internet. She's local, too. I think she's got over like 1 million followers on her Twitter, doesn't she?
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I think she's over in Sarasota.
She has an OnlyFans.
I'll show you, Jay.
I think she makes a ton of money on her OnlyFans.
She's got a free OnlyFans and a paid OnlyFans, which I haven't heard of. So we got to dive into that.
Yeah,
big dive into that.
And then, I saw her. I've been doing a little research on her, and you have to look around a little bit what some of the things that she does. And I saw an episode that she cut with 3 African American gentlemen called Blacked Raw. And that's
a popular genre.
Jay's doing some independent research with me as well.
He is?
He didn't know who she was, so I was just kind of giving him.
Yeah, Brandy Love is very photogenic, yes. And she'll be in here in the studio.
And guess what, Bubba?
What?
She's got her own fleshlight.
Fleshlight?
You mean she has her own privately labeled fleshlight that's been
Is it modeled after
It's
her?
been modeled on her. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's good.
We're going to have to ask her. I mean, do they come in and make you sit on a big thing of clay and then mold your vagina?
Yeah, I'm just writing fleshlight down on your prep sheet for you, and then we can get into the specifics when you're talking to her.
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. I mean, that's something that she probably needs to answer, not me speculate, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about Fan Soda and CamSoda.com, Bubba. I mean,
she's into that soda stuff. Cam Soda. And all the, I mean,
she's got a lot of hobbies.
I think she's all. I mean, it's.
I think she makes like $1 million a year on just kicking it out wide.
Bubba, I think it's much like kind of you're all over the place as far as where people can get the show.
Yeah,
I think she's all over the place.
So you're saying she's got several streams of monetization?
That's what I think. I'm saying that. Yeah.
Great. Wipe through all of my milfiness into OnlyFans when I can do some some Cam Sodas and some.
Fleshlight Willies.
Some Fleshlight Willies with a milfy MILF kicker.
And and also something very interesting it looks like she's going to be doing is banging a fan coming up.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if we could get her to bang Brandon.
That's it. I was just going to say.
All right. It doesn't all have to come back to Brandon the Quad.
Why?
Yes, it does.
Well, it always does. Until we kick on. Listen, let's probably that might creep her out.
That's the stuff that's what the.
Or you feel like you're taking away from Caitlin Hatley's gig?
Well,
Seth?
no,
I
think it's all hands on deck with that situation. I think.
Well, I think that's Caitlin's area.
Okay.
That's
her niche.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we want to find I don't know how Brandy picks somebody, but I can't imagine just offering up people from the show.
We're like, hey, how do you pick a fan? How do you pick a fan, and what does that entail? And is it on camera?
That's
interesting. And what if the fan is like, hey, listen. Thanks for picking me, but I'm married. I don't want my wife to know. So can we not film it?
That'd be hot. That's kind of hot, but yeah, she seems like the kind of a woman that would not go through with that.
Yeah, she seems to be like, listen, you're a fan, and so I'm gonna be able to film me. The whole payoff is me effing a fan for content.
A lot of the fans though that do the banging, they don't show their face.
Well, they put a bag over their face?
No, I mean, they just kind of blur it out.
Pixelation, Willie?
Yeah.
Kind of like the way Joe Exotic had all the other prisoners pixelated?
Well, I saw a guy getting naked in the background. He took off his orange jumpsuit, so I don't know if that's good or bad.
Can you imagine, man? There's probably, 10, 15, 20 guys in that little pod of his, and he did 11 interviews yesterday. You would be like, look at Johnny Superstar over there every day doing interviews, right? You would start to think that he's kind of,
hot?
Not hot, but popular, right?
Oh yeah, his commissary is probably really full.
Yeah.
You think he's hitting it?
I should have asked him. Are you having any gay relations?
It was too serious of a conversation.
Damn it. Should have said, hey Joe, you on Tiger King, had a husband. You're married. You're a gay man. Listen, we're all for that. Please don't think that we're sitting here from a position of trying to be haters.
Could have been after the question about weed. You could have just said, well, if you're not smoking weed, how about some Riz his? And you get any of that?
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, are you having relations?
Getting any of that?
Because it's not illegal. And I respect the fact if you're attracted to a man. I got to think if you're attracted to a man, going to prison wouldn't be such a bad thing.
The world is your oyster.
Well, I guess he keeps
unless you're getting raped.
Well, he keeps getting put in solitary confinement.
Oh no.
Oh, because they know that he likes D.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, he's totally gets it. Spending months in there.
Or they put him in solitary confinement because they feel as if some guy is going to be like, listen, man, I'm gonna be the guy that kicked Joe Exotic's ass.
Oh, that's true too.
Just like when Jeffrey Dahmer was in General Pop, there was one dude to be like, I'm gonna be the one that kills this mother effer.
But I'm in for life.
What do you put 2 lives on me?
But he was a monster, and I mean, Joe Exotic may be a little freaky,
He's not a
but he's not. He didn't kill people.
No, he
I mean,
didn't.
he alleged some,
and he's actually he comes
cruelty to
across as kind
animals.
of a redneck and cool,
Well, I'm not
white
defending
trish
anything
kind
he
of guy.
did, but he's no Jeffrey Dahmer.
No, you're right. You're right. So the brothers and everything might be like, yeah, man, come on, Joe, let's have some ass sex.
He's got some swag.
He might be just killing it in prison.
Oh, he's slaying the ass.
People are holding his pocket, walking around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the Rust, the movie Rust with was it not Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And he was given what was supposed to be a prop gun, or loaded with blanks, and on these big time movie sets, or even independent movie sets, they have an armorer, which is a person that's in charge of all guns that are used in that movie, and that person assures one of their responsibilities of when they hand a gun to an actor that it's been checked. And then there's the only ammunition in it is blanks. That's kind of their job. Well, the armorer on Rust just got sentenced to 18 months in prison for reckless homicide, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why wouldn't if the armorer Hannah Gutierrez Reed is sentenced to 18 months in prison, why isn't Alec Baldwin?
He's up for trial next time. He's coming up.
Oh, so he's coming up.
Yep.
Is it also not his responsibility, perhaps?
No, he pulled the trigger.
So Jay,
he lied about it initially, and anyone who knows how a revolver works, the only way to get a revolver to fire is by pulling the trigger. It can't misfire the way that he alleged. So I think that he has some problems because
now also will they set precedent? Will they use the fact that she's already got 18?
Yeah.
Will that be admissible in court?
No. But the judge will probably be the same judge, and the sentencing judge will be aware of what's going on, and so
everybody in that area, and I got to think in that small little New Mexico town, I think that's probably where it was tried, in the area where the crime happened, which I think it was in remote New Mexico.
If I was representing him, I'd be calling that prosecutor right now to resolve the case.
I mean, let's
get a settlement now. This girl's going to 18 months. Let's not get him to do 18 months. Let's do 6 months house arrest. Let's avoid this catastrophe, this trial, this public relations nightmare. Let's put it to bed for him.
But what if the guy goes, listen, that's fine, but I need at least 60 days in jail.
Well, I mean, it depends what you want to advise your client. I would advise my client to take it.
Well, it looks like they already offered him a plea deal. He was going to accept it. They took it back.
They recanted it?
Yeah. After,
what was the original
prosecutor?
It doesn't say, but he said that once they found out he was going to create a documentary with interviews from the case and different things, they took it back.
He's not sympathetic.
Could they, Jay, in the settlement process say, listen, here's the settlement, and you cannot do anything material-wise, like as far as a book or a documentary or a movie?
Yeah.
You can't?
We're not going to let you plead out and then make millions of dollars from it.
All right, get her situated on the couch. So that would be a condition of his sentence, where you can't make a movie or a book deal or a documentary about this, and you're going to do 60 days in jail and 2 years probation.
Like when OJ tried to do the book.
As much as you don't want your client ever to have to spend a day in jail, if it's 60 days, and that means, because potentially you're already looking at somebody that did something similar to you. Mm-hmm. They're going to use that as a guide. She got 18 months.
Yep.
So, the prosecution's going to go to Alec Baldwin's attorneys and say, listen, the jury gave her 18 months. Now, I would say that's probably your starting point.
Right.
And so let me tell you something. Your client will do 60 days in jail, 2 years probation, and he cannot do any type of documentary, book deal, anything like that. Take it or leave it.
I think if
you're J.D. you say, listen, Bubba, I know you don't want to be in jail, but we can knock 60 days out like it's no big deal.
That's right. And I think there's called the Son of Sam law, which is a law that if you're convicted of something, you can't then go make a bunch of money on the conviction. And so you remember when OJ wrote the book, If I Did It? Well,
that got struck.
They took it from
Simon
him.
and Schuster took it away.
They took it from him and gave it to the Goldman family.
Oh, all proceeds.
Yes,
yeah.
Because you're not allowed to make money off.
And you know
of
what? The Goldman family probably
conviction.
was raising hell about it, and their attorneys are like, no, let him write it.
let him write it, and then we'll take the money.
Right.
So if he doesn't write it, there is no money. But if he writes it, there's money. I think there was like a $750,000 signing bonus.
Yep.
I think the book made a little bit of money, and that all went to the Goldmans. But initially the Goldmans were like, hell no, bitch, he can't write it.
Mm-hmm.
And then their J.D. Ocko all calm and says, no, let him write it. We'll get the money.
Yeah, but then they did something which was really brilliant. Is the name of the book was If I Did It, and then when they republished it, they put the if like really tiny, and it just said I did it.
Yeah, there you go. That's good
like
branding.
something Ober would do to me.
The if is like 2
Sound like
point.
something Ober would do to me. That's it, man. We're gonna have Brandy Love in here, the milfiest of milfs. She's got over 1 million followers on Twitter. She's got OnlyFans. She's got Cam Soda. She sleeps with 3 black guys at once.
Hell yeah.
She's super hot for a MILF. I think she's considered the milfiest of MILFs.
Yes, big time
really
conservative too.
Big time conservative too. There you go. Brandy Love. Let's call it, 10-10. 10-10, okay?
Good.
Jay, appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Everywhere you see us, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Lummy, everywhere you visually are watching this show right now, Brandy Love is going to be a visual thing, so we'll keep her across all platforms. So
10-10?
10-10.
Sounds good.
Brandy Love. See you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian Lummix.
Co-host Anna Hummel.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair the law.